The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
That's it. You've won the debate. He cannot out-debate that. You are going to reject everything that's anti-white. Let him make his case to the audience that he and you and the audience should all be anti-white. Let him do that. Please, let's give him the biggest stage so that he can do that, so that the millions of our white people will see, wait a second, if this isn't about being fair to non-whites, and we're ending up harming white people in the conclusion, then I'm going to reject that as well. You cannot talk someone out of the position of white well-being or of white people, the right of white people to live or survive. Does that make sense? It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter, or arguing. It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter how good they are at arguing. It doesn't matter how great their verbal IQ. There is nothing they can say on planet Earth to invalidate our right to survive, to invalidate our right to well-being. There is nothing they can say. Does that make sense? You can take a white mute who fights and serves white well-being, and you can put him or her up against the most talented, the most shrill harridan, the most verbally high IQ harridan anti-white beast, and she can still not invalidate our right to exist, our right to well-being, by way of argument with that mute. Does that make sense? When I have the objective of white well-being and someone else has the objective of white well-being, and we both disagree on how to get there, if the other person has made a stronger argument, I adopt their position. I don't have, there's nothing about anything that I come up with that I would allow to get in the way of white well-being for a second. If something better comes along, it's adopted, period.
tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And let's hope the audio is coming through this microphone, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me okay. It's a great day because it's a Sunday. Featured stories today are Antarctic horror, Netflix, Adolescence, Ashkenazim, are they white? Kill the Boer is said, and Decolonize Shakespeare, so much more. Go for your lesson of the day. We got a couple of them to go together. Numerical courage, what is it? Numerical diffidence, what is it? Social lynching, what is it? And then, after your comments and questions, there is this. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson went camping in the country. In the middle of the night, Holmes nudged Watson awake and said, "Watson, what thought comes to you as you look up at the night sky?" Watson said, "Well, Holmes, I see thousands of stars that cover the heavens and bear witness to the magnificence of God's creation. And I realize how small and insignificant we are. And yet the fact that God is still mindful of us fills me with wonder. What thought comes to you?" "Good Lord, Watson, that someone has stolen our tent." Watson, he's slow. Hey, let me know that you can hear me again. We know how the mic likes to play tricks on us. We are going free in service to white well-being. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. What time is it where you are? What part of the planet are you on? Let us know, or give us a roundabout. I would like to know. It is a Monday morning, a Sunday evening, totally epic here in service to white well-being as the air conditioning is coming on. Let me know if you can hear it and if it'll be a problem. Looking forward to all of the glorious things that we are going to be talking about here today. The spring is springing. The spring. Things are budding. Things are blooming. Things are leafing. It is glorious. The cherry blossoms are blooming across the land. The pear trees, my favorite, the daffodils are yellow and blooming, and they're smiling at all of us on the heart of Western kind so that we can recapture our destiny in total beautiful harmony with nature and all things glorious and wonderful. It's great to be here with every single one of you. Take an opportunity while we are getting started here to share, to tweet, to retweet, to quote tweet, to give a like, to share on Facebook, to share on Minds, to share on Gab, to share wherever you can share. because we are the community focused on improving the lives of white people, recapturing our destiny within our own minds, within our own circles, in our families, in our friends, in our workplaces, in our transportation with strangers online and elsewhere. We are doing it. Replicable and scalable victories in literally the thousands that have been shared, ladies and gentlemen, all the way up from the top of society, all the way down here. You're not just going to get doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining, although that can sometimes be helpful for some of us. You're not just going to get that. You're definitely not going to get daydreams about, wouldn't it be nice if it were like this? Wouldn't it be nice if the white race were like that? Wouldn't it be nice if our countries were like this and our governments were like that? We don't daydream here, because we are men and women of the West, and we are taking back our destiny one life at a time, successes all the way around the globe. And you are a part of it, because you are the hero in our story. You are the central figure. You are the one that everybody is following with their eyes, with their ears, and watching you climb these mountains so that you can raise the sun in the West upon your shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. We are the people who do it. We don't watch other things happening in the world and then decide if they're good, that it's our victory, and if it's bad, then it's our loss. We are actual players on the field, and I am so glad you're here. Here is my hand. Come stand side by side with me, shoulder to shoulder. We are a team, and we are taking it all the way to the recapture of our destiny. Love, hope, and redemption. It's good to see everybody here today. Men and women of the West, if you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, you could do so. Dude Bro Moment platform is up and running, aka Entropy. You'll see it in the description below, as well as some of one or more of the troll slaying mod masters who are with us, the Mavens. They will help you participate in that. Perhaps you can just ask. Hey, you can also financially gift at Premium Rumble, up and running right now. And it's running. I'm looking at it. It's glorious. I'll be keeping an eye on it. Aliens Exist is already over there. Good to see you, my friend. D-Live up and running, and you can gift there. Odyssey up and running, and you can gift there. Over here, Subscribe Star up and running, and you can gift there. And you can even gift in a place that was recently banned, an unmentionable place. You can gift there, and we already have gifts over there, and we will be looking for more gifts to show up there. You can also head on over to nowhyguilt.org, and you can click on the financial gift tab. As you know, you could probably say this all with me, and you will find there a snail mail address, and you can send me beautiful mail. As you can see, we have mail over here. Can you see the mail? There is mail that has shown up. It's beautiful. The cards, it's wonderful. We have mail over here. We're going to get into the thaumatological mailbag a little bit later. You can do that as well. You'll see the address there. You can mail me. Yours truly, you can mail me. And you can also find some cryptocurrency wallets over there. And when you do, you can financially gift me at the cryptocurrency wallets. They can't cancel me there, ladies and gentlemen. So be ready to do that as well. You can also, we are the House of Swash. We are the only 501c, the foundation for white well-being. This is the white race's resistance. There's nothing else like it in the world. It's about recapturing the destiny of white people, ending our victimization without any harm to anybody else. And evidence of that is non-white people and mixed race people are in this community serving white well-being, because they know it's immoral to condemn somebody and to punish and to victimize on the basis of birth. They know that's immoral, and they can also see the truth that it is anti-whiteism that is the great evil of this age. And unlike the Benny Johnsons out there in Cuckland, who stick to all abstractions. Actually, I just saw a video of the Benny clown, and he's talking about snow anti-white. That's right, snow anti-white. And I think that JK160 came out with brilliant snow anti-white, and how nobody's, and he said nobody's going to the movie because she said, Ziegler said, that if you disagree with her, just a general disagreement, just an abstraction, a general disagreement that you shouldn't watch her movies. Is that what happened? No. This man, how did he get his wife pregnant? Maybe somebody else did. Because he's a Ken doll. Let's face it. He's a Ken doll, ladies and gentlemen. But here we speak the truth in service to white well-being, and you can donate at this 501c3, the only entity like it on planet Earth. You can donate to it. We can be the ADL of the white race. We can be the APAC of the white race. We have the tools. We have the strategy. We are improving people's lives. We have so much success with the stratagem of the Go Free practice that there are 2 children named after me, and the people are not related to me whatsoever. They see the victories and they want to be a part. You can head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. You can donate there. When you do, please tag me as the destination for that donation, and those funds will make its way. The great Foundation for White Wellbeing supports other projects in service to white well-being, and that is why we are the only entity. That is why we are recapturing with the great dialectical and lexical powerhouse, Boss Bear Sexy, baby. We are in the house, ready with Boss Bear Sexy vibes to recount. You say, wow, that guy's really fired up. He's excited. Well, you should be excited. It's Sunday, and you're talking to the hierarch of the white race. The hierarch. We got a lot of things we're going to be talking about today. We could have very easily titled this Anti-Whiteism in Government, Anti-Whiteism in Education, Anti-Whiteism in Employment, Anti-Whiteism in Entertainment. We're going to be taking a journey through all of that and more. We're going to be looking a little bit later into the great victories that we are having in service to white well-being. So many victories, so many real victories. Not saying what other things are happening in the world. Oh, we like that thing. It's our victory. You did it when you had nothing to do it. We don't do that, ladies and gentlemen. We are the masters of our destiny, and it's good to see every single one of you here today. Let's get rolling right away with South Africa in Antarctica. It sounds like a B movie. I know it does, and I guess in a way it is. I wrote this over on Twitter X, and while we're talking, take an opportunity to give it a like. Give it a like on YouTube. Remember, the algorithm doesn't care, but the people showing up, they do care. The vast majority of folks, they value things based on how many people are watching and how many people are liking. Antarctica. South African members of the scientific mission physically and sexually assaulted female members of the team, also a male member, the guy in charge. They will be trapped with this madman for 10 to 15 months. For 10 to 15 months, ladies and gentlemen, they have literally sent an appeal to the government of South Africa, said, please come and rescue us immediately, especially the females, as you might imagine. They want to be rescued. Here you have the team. I decided to post the team. There's the great Brad Dangeis, and so's the Tree Godfather. Here's the team. Now, this is really despicable. The guy in the white shirt, not this part of it, but the guy in the white shirt in the middle there might be shart. Maybe they're all sharting themselves out there in Antarctica. It is very cold. And talk about the guy in the white shirt. He is in charge. And apparently he was also assaulted by the madman. So the madman is one of these 4-5 others. You can maybe place your bets on which madman it is that is assaulting the team leader and raping one or more of the females. There are some conflicting news, and you'll have to see as this develops. But the first thing I really want to point out, I really want to ask is, why in the are black people wanting to go where it's cold? I mean, I have grown up in Northern Virginia, and I have played sports. I have been around a lot of black people growing up, all the way up through college football, all the way up. A lot of sports, basketball play, a lot of black people around. Slept over at their house and ate dinner with their families and had them over with our family, and we're eating the dinner and everything. And what black people want to go where it's cold? That's I just want to ask. I want to ask. I mean, it's not like it's a from all the complaining I hear, it's kind of like maybe that's not
So that's really that's the biggest question. The second biggest thing I want to point out here is this is in motion. The white man's Western civilization, only the white race makes Western civilization. Why? Because it is our instinct. It is inside of us. It has nothing to do with IQ. It has everything to do with the biospirit, or you can just refer to it as our instinct. Every animal has an instinct. Every race, every breed, in my opinion. Maybe you disagree, but it's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you disagree. Who knows? Bottom line is, everywhere throughout history, according to my reading, the white race, where they go, they produce the West. The black race, where they go, they produce black culture and therefore black countries, black governing structures, etc. We have maybe an Indian guy over there on the far left as you're looking at the image. And when they go, they create Indian culture and Indian civilization, and white people have never been able to produce those things. We've never gone anywhere and produced another racist culture, and every anti-white sumbitch out there on planet Earth would agree with me. And then, of course, with some of my French, I'm practicing now my French while we are live on the stream. But we have never recreated their cultures. What you have here is the destruction, the white erasure of Western civilization in motion right before your very eyes. The sciences, the studies, the equipment with which to measure a study, an experiment, all of these things created by and for the white race and for our desire, our innate and intrinsic desire to master that which seeks to master us, whether it's other tribes, disease, the natural environment, the unknown. And that's probably the biggest thing that I feel that for the white race, Western kind, that we seek mastery over the unknown. What is it that is not known? We want to know exactly what it is. We want to master that gray area. We want to master the unknown. And it is a beautiful thing. It has brought us many luxuries, many benefits, lives extended, lives and suffering mollified. It's a beautiful thing. And here we go down to Antarctica. What is it? Nothing can live. You got the penguins are there, right? You got penguins, but human beings, no. The white race says, we're going to go there. In fact, the white race was like, we're going there when we've got wooden ships. We're going there when we've got, for insulation, we've got like the fur of other animals. And we're still going because knowing the unknown, mastering the unknown is one of the most important things for the white race. We need to take this into consideration. And there are actually aspects of work of mine that we will be talking about in the future that speak to this and utilize this instinct in the white race. We've gone down to South Africa, the countries of the West, Western kind. We've gone down and we've built bases where bases couldn't be built. And there were failures, and we recreated and we rebuilt and we found a way and we made it work. And of course, other races here or there contribute, and we deeply appreciate those contributions. That doesn't absolutely negate, that absolutely does not erase, that we are the prime impetus, that we are the prime movers in our lives and in the creation of these things. And we want to know. We go down to Antarctica and we build these bases, we build experiments, we decide what we're going to investigate, we build the tools with which to investigate and measure and code these different things. And what happens in our civilization? Well, when we are white erased, in the process of white erasure, and no place more prominent, my friends, than in our once great country of South Africa, at least currently, because we were looking at it, we're seeing a lot of things happening there. Of course, you've seen Rhodesia even ahead of South Africa. And anti-whites, they come to us. We're told all the time, no matter what it is, it's a little female, it's a whatever, they come to us and they say, we can press those buttons. And we've talked about that before, that it was the white man who built the buttons. It's the white man. But they say, we can press the buttons too. And it's discriminatory and it's racist if you're not going to let us press the buttons. And if effectively what ends up happening is they send these crews out that are playing at science. They are playing. In fact, we have pictures, and I don't know, maybe in the article, there's an article. Do we have an article? We'll put up And you see them, they're literally playing out there. They literally are filming little like B movies for themselves, like children, like fucking children. This is not the science of the West. This is, we go there with intent, with purpose, with our tools, and we take measurements and we come to conclusions and we find things that we can use in society, in agriculture, in healthcare, in spacefaring, in further exploring this glorious planet of ours, preserving, ennobling, etc., ourselves and the environment. That's what we do. When we are white erased, though, it becomes a fucking playground. Anybody can do it. Why can't the black woman who just was brought into the fire department at 23, 22 years of age, why can't she be the firefighter of the year, even though she hasn't accomplished anything? And then by 24, why can't she be the chief? Why do all the chiefs have to be these old white guys that have decades of experience and training and medals and etc., acknowledgments from the community for saving lives? The guy like fought through the story. How did he become chief? Well, one of the things he did 10 years ago when he was a little bit more physically fit, now he's a senior, he's almost a senior citizen, was he carried like 3 people running through a fire out of the house, and he dumped them and then he resuscitated them all. That's why, that's part of the reason. Well, no, she gets to be the chief because it's a button you press. It has nothing to do, and we can look to Southern California, and we can look to North Carolina, and we can look across the country as these individuals and these structures built by the white man are challenged again and again and again by nature, and we see them fail. We see these individuals fail again and again. The whole of California burning down. The whole, and out in Hawaii, all the white guys that set up the system there, white erased and replaced by anything but white males. And we see it all burned down. We see the sirens. And then you have the conspiracy theorists. They want to come in there and they want to say it's anything but the fact that white males have been white erased. Oh, no, it's space beams. It's space beams, and it's smart cities, and it's et cetera, et cetera. It's anything but to not talk about the reality. So what happens? What happens? They head on down, the little team, to go press buttons. They can flip light switches too. They can flip them too. What's wrong with you, Jason? What are you, some kind of bigot? Are you some kind of bigot? They can flip buttons. They're smartsies too. Look, they were given degrees and diplomas, and they scored straight A's at the anti-white, white erased schools too. What is a grade after all but just a letter? What is a degree after all but just a piece of parchment that you can show? We can fill one out for anybody. Nobody's better than any other. Nobody can do Western civilization better than any other. And so, my friend, you have this new boy band right here with a couple of chicks thrown in. This is new thugs on the block, and they're like, yo, we could do this shit too out in the cold, motherfucker. Yeah, we could do it too. Well, one of these guys decided, as they go on their drunken sprees, this one white female, by the way, I got to ask, how many of you saw this and you were like, what happened to her parents? Well, I tell you what happened. They were radical anti-whites. And I have watched over the years these institutions, University of Maryland and so many others, schools that are radically anti-white, filled with violent individuals, violent anti-whites. And these white parents, just as stolid and thick and vacuous-headed as they could possibly be. They're like, yes, I will send my beautiful white daughter to that institution. Are you fucking insane? Well, they decide maybe she was one of the ones that got a little rapey, while she was down. In fact, she was probably doing the raping. If you think about it, just have a look at her. She looks a bit crazed. She was probably the one that beat up the butt, and she's decided to be identified as a male, and she probably has gone through, raped them all. You could tell at all, 93 pounds over there, she could probably take them out. So here you have it down there, and they're playing. Let's see. Do we have? Oh, I think we do. Let's pull this up on the screen so you can see the kind of stuff that they're up to when the white man is replaced by he's white erased,
And these are the new scientists. There you go. They're the new scientists. There they go. They're like, well, a white guy has had a beer there before too. Well, yeah, it's practically the same. When the white scientist guy goes there and he has a beer, it's practically the same. Actually, it's practically not. It's practically not the same thing. So look, there's the white man's base. Oh, here she is with her favorite Indian guy from South Africa. Is he really from South Africa? Or she just, look at that. Well, this is the science now. I swear to been God. I mean, when you take the chains off of snow tires, they still work. What is wrong with these people? Get to work. This is what you do. These are the people. They're hanging out there, at least for a couple of these folks, at least for a couple of them. If they ever got lost out there in the frigid weather, they'd be easy to find by the helicopter, wouldn't they? I think we know the ones we're talking about here. Easy to identify, easy to find. This is the Antarctica rescue crew, trapped in icy hell with a co-worker who snapped and started attacking them. 9 members. So there was another incident, by the by, of some guy who literally went crazy and died and probably killed himself there. But here you have, they send, and these people go through all of these sorts of examinations. And you say, well, weren't they vetted? They've got all these examinations, except define the examinations. Because at one point, the examinations had one meaning. When the white race put those examinations in place, psychological, educational, etc., they had one meaning. But don't you know, that's racist, because white people. So they had to white erase it. What's it mean now to be psychologically qualified to this? What for this? What's it mean now? Excuse me, will you rape them all while you're there? No. Passed. 9 members of the Antarctic expedition are locked up together at a research station 2,000 miles from civilization. Now, I want to take a moment to slow down a little bit and talk about a metaphor here. I really want you to feel this. This is a perfect metaphor, especially you white women out there who are getting your safe spaces back by way of the Benny Johnsons and Republican voters and the Republican Party. You're getting your safe spaces back and you think it's going to be all good because I can be in my lady bathroom without the girls that have penises in there with me, and I can compete intellectually just against females rather than against females with dicks, and I can go out onto the sport field again, and I can play against girls without dicks as well. And you're thinking, it's all good now. It's all wonderful, except it's not all wonderful. I want you to take a close look at this. You are in a frigid hell. It's a ring of hell. If you never read, if you didn't read, you need to start reading and you'll know exactly. This is a ring of hell. Antarctica. You are in hell. Cold as hell. That's where it comes from. It's dark. And most of the time, most spaces, pitch black darkness. Tiny living quarters. There's no escape. This is a perfect metaphor for Western civilization. I really want you to reflect upon that. This is a perfect metaphor. There's nowhere else to run, white man, white woman. There's nowhere else to go. There is no other continent. There's no other country. There is no place for you to go where you will be safe. All white women, you are this little white girl right here. And you are trapped in this island to survive. And outside of the island, there's no survival. There's no getting off of this island and running for help. There's no getting off of that little island built by the white man and finding reprieve, finding salvation, finding solace. No, that little island, that base, that's all Western civilization. This base right here, That's all of Western civilization. The white man built it. There it is. That's all you got. There's the perfect metaphor for Western civilization. The white man built a nursery room. And surrounding that nursery room, Western civilization, surrounding that nursery room is the jungle. And here the jungle is represented by the instant death of temperatures so cold you can't even fathom them. There's nowhere to go, girls. There's nowhere to go. And you better believe, white guys, as you listen to my voice, that if you're the one white guy in her place on this island of life sustaining in a sea of madness and death, you better believe that if you were there, you would be just as easily targeted. Nowhere to go. And what are you locked in there with? The mercy of anti-white monsters. At any point, as this one has snapped, and we see right now in Rhodesia, they snapped. We see in South Africa, they are snapping. At any point, the anti-whites of all races, because you better believe the white anti-whites out there will try to buy themselves a little more time by hunting you down. You better believe that this is the perfect metaphor for the white race and our West. Nowhere else. In these boxes is America, Canada, Australia, Europe. It's all there. Nowhere else to go. And once you get to a point where you cannot hold back the madness of anti-whiteism. Let's say, for example, the black guy or this one right here, who's in charge. I guess he's the team leader. Maybe I had it wrong. The one in the white t-shirt was not. It's this guy right here. Let's say that he's not anti-white. You think he's going to change his mind once the mob decides that it's time for the raping and the murdering to take place? Or do you think he's going to go down with the white race? If there are white people who will buy themselves a breath of space, so will this guy. And one of them is a madman accused of violently beating, threatening, and sexually. Now, this just says harassing. But according to other stories that I've read, when those messages first came in to South Africa, the department responsible for communicating with and sending these, etc., there was rape and also sexual harassment and several forms, I guess, of sexual assault. So at least 2 of the females, according to this. The Post can reveal that the South African crew of 3 women and 6 men includes a glamorous doctor with her own skincare line. I think that's this black female right here. So yeah, it makes sense, right? You're doing science in Antarctica. Deputy team leader who helped produce a short horror film during a previous stay at the station, playing at Western civilization, playing at it. It couldn't be more in your face, white man, white woman. Along with engineers and meteorologists. The researchers on South Africa outpost won't be relieved until December, when temperatures at the South Pole are at their warmest. Pictures show the crew chummy together last November, shortly before they set off on the ill-fated 13-month mission. But the broad smiles and thumbs up they flashed at as they posed for pre-mission photos
proved short-lived. By the way, that's how it's properly pronounced. It's not lived. According to urgent emails fired off to authorities from the remote base, an unidentified member, so in other words, they know exactly who it is, but they're just not telling us, of the South African crew became deeply disturbed within weeks of arriving. This was despite, and you know, the anti-white arguments, the anti-white claims are, well, this could happen to anybody, white man. It could happen to anybody. The same thing is going to happen when Musk tries to send human beings, which he's not going to be sending first, and maybe anytime soon, to Mars. It obviously should be a crew of all white males with ice running through their veins. Absolute sang-froid for those white males because of the emotional and intellectual burden of being stuck in a can in the void of space. But you watch the pressure, you watch the anti-white right make decisions to send, I don't know, maybe a little pretty guy that likes to prance around in the streets during a certain month of year, and he also has a skincare line of products. Or you watch. This was despite the complainant alleged authorities being warned about his behavior even before they left South Africa on February 1. And then I guess this is the black female with the skincare line. She's a dermatologist. Yeah, she's the one with the skincare line. She's really, really lightened her skin. And she looks a lot better, in my opinion, for it. But I wonder why she's not going the other direction. And there is the white female who have parents who hate her. The message, which was sent February 27, alleged the crew assaulted and sexually assaulted and even threatened to kill one of the crew, in addition to the sexual assaults and the other physical assault, creating an environment of fear and intimidation. Not much more can be really said about this. You can see this is literally everything that I said about it playing at Western civilization. They can press the buttons to change the standards. They literally are playing and making movies, and the face of white erasure. And the most important element of it, as you can see, the most important element is that this is a perfect metaphor for Western civilization and that moat of livable nursery room space in which we now live and take deeply for granted. How about some quick news, and we'll continue rolling right now.
A woman has been arrested months after police say that she drowned her dog at Orlando International Airport. Take a look. Surveillance video shows Allison Lawrence at the airport in December along with her miniature schnauzer. They were there to catch a flight to Colombia, but it sadly turned out to be the dog's final destination. Police say that Lawrence drowned the dog in a women's bathroom after being told that the pooch would not be allowed to board the plane because Lawrence did not have the necessary paperwork. The miniature schnauzer was found in a trash bag along with dog accessories. Police say that Lawrence's name and contact information were on a dog tag. The dog also had a chip. Lawrence is charged with aggravated animal cruelty. She is out on bond.
Western civilization, ladies and gentlemen, going down the toilet. The new Democrat ticket.
One operator arrested and charged after she allegedly hung up on dozens of callers.
Investigators say that between October 2015 and March 2016, Houston Emergency Center managers tracked thousands of dropped calls to a single 911 operator. This woman, 43-year-old Crenshonda Williams. 43-year-old Crenshonda Williams.
43-year-old Crenshonda Williams.
Hung up on your 911 calls. Hung up on your 911 calls. That's the West now today, ladies and gentlemen.
And then there's this story. You've heard stories before, a lot of fish stories. How about a fish story from a raccoon?
So there it was, right? Two massive humans come out of nowhere. Man, it was crazy. At least 300 pounds each. And I found this pole. In the warehouse. It just started stabbing him with it.
There you go. Let's roll.
Spreading the lies, trying to tear down Western kindness, we're rising high. They can't wipe you, me, I've broken those chains, going free every day.
All right, let me know that you can hear me all right. We're rolling hard, we're getting in here, ladies and gentlemen, making it happen. The chat is alive over there on Premium Rumble. I'll be keeping my eye on Premium Rumble on Twitter. And if you say something smart over on Twitter X, I'll throw it up on the screen. Good to see everybody over there. Mama Duck. Ivan's the Huggable. Yeah, Ivan's the Huggable is with us. Dennis McCarthy is with us over there. Janitor of a White No Harm. Great to see everybody. All right. We have Julius Malema coming up during South Africa. We're going to do South Africa. Anti-whiteism in government. Julius Malema during the Human Rights Month and specifically during the Anti-Racism Week in South Africa. They had a little song to sing. We'll be talking about that. Orak is with us. Stenby Ben is with us. Good to see you. We have Schumer promising attacks across the United States. And I saw a map just last night about the attacks that they're going to be waging on Republicans to get them to turn against Donald Trump, or they are going to be physically assaulting them. There was a physical assault just the other day up in New York at a Republicans fundraiser. KO is with us. Good to see you. Gary is here. Sambuski is here. ASU professor files a lawsuit over anti-white obedience training. Shakespeare is being decolonized. Anti-whiteism in education. Anti-whiteism in employment. James O'Keefe, MGM, yet another location where they are shutting us down and not giving us jobs on the basis of being white. Remember, that didn't happen before. Anti-whiteism in entertainment. We have MAGA melting down over the Netflix hit Adolescence. And believe it or not, I may have been on Netflix recently. Hey, that'll be interesting to see if that happened or not. We'll be talking about that here in just a minute, getting to all of your comments, questions, keeping an eye on all of these different platforms. We already have Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay, getting in over on Premium. No, it's not Premium. It's just Entropy. Let's continue to roll with our next item. We have Julius Malema, anti-white extraordinaire, anti-whiteism in government continuing. Hey, they don't mean anything by this.
Sipram Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor. The farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Okay, that's happening literally right now in South Africa. Over there celebrating I thought I may have had an article for that. Maybe not. What really is there to say? I do have this. This is Anti-Racism Week, which is one of the weeks during the Human Rights Month in South Africa. And it's with pretty words that you are bludgeoned, ritualistically raped, gang raped, murdered as a white person. It's with these pretty sounding slogans and words that the right, now the anti-white right, have adopted the exact same metrics for what's moral and what's immoral. And so we can see here, a lot can be gleaned from this. A lot can be learned about the way anti-whites think all over the world. It is indeed with these lovely slogans of we are against people who hate others on the basis of their birth, on the basis of these characteristics that they can't do anything about, that we are going to butcher and white erase you. We're taking over the white man's science, and we're going to be having parties and videotaping horror movies and things like this, because there's nothing to do there but golf and press buttons, right? It is with these slogans, and that is why it is so important we teach that you never use their lexicon. You never use their locutions. You never use their concepts, because you legitimize their ideology. You never use them. You don't try to redefine racist. You don't try to redefine bigot. You don't try to redefine, etc. You use our concepts to be in our story where we are on the moral high ground, and the anti-whites have to follow us there. We've already proven that. For years and years, I had to argue with people that it was the case, using reason and logic and the evidence of similar things happening elsewhere in the world at different times. And lesser minds couldn't understand, they couldn't appreciate. And yet here we have the House of Swash has proved we have anti-whites. Years ago, several years ago, a black female was showing off on Twitter X, and she got a tattoo that said she's not anti-white. If that's not a victory, then there are no victories, my friends. That is our doing. We have literally changed the language around planet Earth in Western countries, even in white countries that are not English speaking. That is the work that we've done right here. So here is your Human Rights Month, and the, what was that, an X? I guess that was it. EFF leader Julius Malema sparked outrage on Human Rights Day by singing the controversial song, "Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer," and that means kill the white person. If this were happening with any other race, and we don't, that is not the point. We don't mention that as the point and the strength of our argument. We mention that as a fulcrum to move into the use of the introduction of the lexical dialectical power of the Go Free dialogic. So if you're a really wealthy white person and you're listening to this, we have a science, it's proven. We continue to modify and achieve success. It's time for you to get involved with something that actually works. If they were saying, kill the Jew, if that was what they were saying, the entire world would be talking about it. The entire, all of the governments of the West would be moving their money, their energy, their weapons. It would be a military regime change. There would be instant Moab dropping all over the government of South Africa until there wasn't one left to imitate the white man's firearm. Brah, they do. Brah for the white man. There wouldn't be one left alive. We can also say that at the exact same time, there would be a giant group of useless bitches that dwell in the basements of hideous women that are their mothers. And they would all complain incessantly like little bitchy girls. The dudes get what they want. The dudes get what they want. Those are losers. They need to be excluded from the bottleneck that is producing the new white race. They need to be excluded from that new white race. You're not allowed to go through the bottleneck, because we here in the West don't sit around and complain. We don't sit around and say it's not fair and stomp our little feet like we are 5 years old, 7-year-old with pigtails. We take action. The reason why, if Julius Malema was saying, kill the Jew, kill the whatever, the Israeli, if he were chanting that, the reason why everything would change is because Jews have a people.
is a percentage of the overall population of Jewish people on planet Earth and in every country that attain individual well-being by way of group well-being. That is peoplehood. Not their yarmulke, not their dreidel, not their whatever. Those are trappings. That's crap on the outside. All the religious books that these people like to pour through of theirs, that's not their peoplehood. Their peoplehood at its kernel is what I just stated. That's something I figured out. And God in heaven gave you a white man that figured it out for you. Stop saying there's another way. This is it. If you want the same outcome for the white race in South Africa that you would see if it were Jews in South Africa having this done to them, you have to become a people. And we teach you exactly how to do that. And it betters your life instantly by doing so. It betters your life instantly by doing so. It betters your family instantly by doing so. Here we have in South Africa, just a quick rundown, because we're going to keep moving. We got a lot of items I would like to cover today. I'd like to see what you are saying. And remember that my eyes will be first on Twitter X. Tag me as No White Guilt. Second, on Premium Rumble. Third, on YouTube, tagging me as No White Guilt with your comments. And I will see them and I will read and speak to them. Here's a quick rundown. The white race showed up at a landmass. And we wanted to build what we have inside of us, Western civilization. So we got to work and we dealt with various tribes of people and we dealt with various wild animals and we dealt with the harsh environment and we projected into the world with our hands, with our intelligence, with our industry, with our courage, with our tenacity. We built Western civilization. We built the white race in the world around us. All the more reason, if you think about this, ladies and gentlemen, all the more reason that we should have statues like Colossus of white men in every Western country, because the country is us. It is our manifestation of our biospirit in the universe beyond ourselves. It should all have giant statues 50 stories tall of white men. Every single one. We built that. And then, afflicted as we showed up to that environment, just like everywhere else, with anti-whiteism, the anti-whiteism of the day, which was primarily identifiable through the idiocy of ethno-nationalism. One group of white people better than the other group of white people. And there we cursed the sons of our mothers on the other side of an imaginary line. And this created deep fissures. It enabled the most selfishly individualistic among us to victimize the rest of us by using one group against the other, because we weren't putting our biospirit first, the thing that unites us, the way that we're literally born. Nothing else matters relative to the sunlight of that moment. So the most selfishly individualistic enriched themselves and gained power and spread their diseased genetics among our population. And then other populations were able to be brought in by those selfishly individualistic white people. And they used those populations against the white population. And then the wealthy and the smart of those populations were able to get involved in the same scam against this industrial powerhouse of animals, the white man and woman. And they used these weaknesses and deepened the anti-whiteism against us and deprived us of what we created. White guilted us out of all that is rightfully ours, that we have as much right to inherit as we have as much right to decide who who we will pass down all of our hard work to. Not privilege. Blood, sweat, and tears. Our creations. And what has happened to the West? Well, we were just talking about South Africa in Antarctica. And you can see the radical change taking place in something going from the echoes of Western civilization, and i.e., the instinct of the white race onto the world, being white erased and transformed into something anathema. No one with any intelligence will doubt that scientists will stop being sent to the South African base at some point. And if white erasure continues across the West, scientists will stop being sent all over the place. Things will fall into disrepair, disrepute, violence, just as the country of South Africa. What have we seen since the white race abdicated because of anti-whiteism, because of the psychological influence on our psyche, on our spirits? What has happened since 94? You have failing social services, failing roads, failing electricity, failing sewage treatment plants, failing water plants, failing education, failing economy and the value of their currency, skills deficits, state corruption that's unimaginable, food shortages, clean water shortages, medicine shortages, and befouled medicines, gangs proliferating, and the violent crime skyrocketing. Does it sound familiar? Germany. Does it sound familiar? France. Does it sound familiar? Australia. Does it sound familiar? America. Pollution skyrocketing. Anti-white laws proliferating. You have skyrocketing taxation that impinges primarily on the white race and benefits primarily non-white people, and specifically, obviously, the black race. You have skyrocketing unemployment because businesses are going out of business. You have calls, as you just watched, for the murder of all white people. Nothing happens because there is no amount of victimization that can make a people out of a deracinated, vitiated, polluted, psychologically defeated white race. There is no amount of victimization. There was never, as I argued, incessantly, for decade after decade, no amount of violence that was going to make a bunch of deracinated, selfishly individualistic white people come together and suddenly become a people. Why? Because being a people is how you view the world, how you view the events in the world. Being a people is determining that you are well because your people are well. Being a people is seeing the victimization of your kind and rallying to their defense, not in complaining about the other groups that are committing the victimization. And then in the cases when it's other white people, as you see a lot of white people who are victimizing Tesla owners now, saying, oh, well, they're just driven by some other group of non-whites. This is the loser, the coward's way out. Western civilization is a living hell for the white race turned over to our victimizers. The only way out, the only way that there has ever been to get out of this is to become a people. And we have the answer right here. It's time for you to get involved. It's time for you to get educated. It's time for you to become the hero in our story. Be the legend in your family. You say you don't have a family? Then it's time for you to become the hero and get to making one, or being the hero to your brothers and sisters in the world. Because if you don't, everywhere is going to be that base, that South African base, and there's going to be nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, no group of people you can give your resume to and find reprieve. It's now or never, white race. Let's keep rolling. What else do we have here today? Chucky Schumer in America, as you see the conservatives all over the place, are just shaking their heads as they always do. They're like, I just don't get it. Doge is saving all of us money. It doesn't matter whether you're blue or red. It doesn't matter whether you're a leftist or a rightist. They're saving all. I just don't understand them. You don't understand because the Benny Dickless Johnsons out there and the rest of conservative dumb, the rest of them mislead you with abstractions. It's about anti-whiteism. It doesn't matter how much money you save in anti-white. If you are inhibiting anti-whiteism, they will wage war on it. Does that finally get through to you? Is this enough evidence for it to finally get through to you? For the anti-white, it's not about dollars and cents like it is for your selfish ass, white people. It's not just about dollars and cents. It's about something more fundamental. It's about ideology. It's about religion, the religion of anti-whiteism, the ideology of anti-whiteism. It's about the anti-white narrative. It's about jealousy and envy, purified in the anti-white psychological warfare that is waged on us. That's what it's about. But I don't know. Benny Johnson didn't tell me. He's confused, so I'm confused. How does it end up like this? That Chucky Schumer and the rest are busily trying to find out how to shut down Doge, how to violently shut down Doge, because he's saving us all money. Let's see Chucky Schumer with no hollow threats. Republican having a town hall and a fundraiser. And Chucky Schumer said, as many Republicans as they can intimidate into voting against Trump and to going against Trump and against Elon and what they're doing, they're going to make happen. They're going to bring to fruition their desire to turn back enough Republicans, and they're going to be able to do it. They mean business. People over profit is what they're chanting. And there he is, the handsome devil. Let's see, what did he have to say? He's got a quote here somewhere. We are mobilizing, says Chucky Schumer, in New York and across the country. There are a map I saw of where they are going. And by the way, isn't it amazing how you see all these conservatives and they're talking about, boy, can you believe it? They actually pay these people. Who told you decades ago? I mean, depending upon how long you've been with No White Guilt, who told you decades ago that the Democrats, the anti-white left, pays their activists? I even called to see how much they pay decades back. And now they're all like, can you believe they actually pay them? Can you believe? And then the cucks out there think they're making a point when I've come across half a dozen of these anti-white leftists talking about how they're going to shut the country down. They're going to shut down enough Republicans and make them turn against Trump to stop Trump and to stop Elon. And nothing will stop them. And you can see the anti-white passion. And against that anti-white passion, you see conservatives in the comments saying what I was saying earlier. I don't understand it. They're saving you money too. And can you believe they actually pay them? And tagging the content creator. And I hope you like the money Soros gave you. They fucking do like the money, dipshit. They do. And they don't feel shame. You're not shaming them with that. You need passion to conflict with passion. Fire with fire. You know how you get fire on our side? Not when you are defending an abstraction, some sort of idea or collection of ideas, but when you are defending yourself, your family, and the things you love. That's how you get passion on the other side. You want to know what hatred looks like? Well, we looked at it a couple of last month when all of that Fed-funded, I'm sure operated flying swastika banners, and they decided they were going to go near some black neighborhood. What was it, in Ohio? And they were going to stand on an overpass and fly their little swastika flags. And then the black people decided to come beat the living shit out of them, and they all fled. That's what hatred looks like. Hatred is cowardice. Hatred abuses its family members with rage. Hatred marches around the house using cuss words about other groups of people. That's what hatred does. Love puts you in the trenches. Love creates Audie Murphys. Love creates Desmond Dawes. That's what love does. And so many more heroes that we could cite. Here's the thing you really have to understand. The moment we're living in right now is a creation. This moment of, and let me specify, this moment of Trump going like a madman, bringing in Elon Musk, creating Doge, all of that is not Trump's doing. It's not your doing. It's not Republican voters doing. It's not conservatives out there doing. It's not Benny Shapiro. It's not Benny Johnson. It's not Louder with Crowder. It's none of these people. It's the doing of anti-whites who backed a man, Donald Trump, into a corner, victimized him repeatedly, and now he has come out fighting. Do you understand how superficial that is? Let me take you back to what many are calling the stolen election. I want you to reflect on what that first term of Donald Trump's looked like. It was riddled with ineptitude. It had swamp creatures throughout Trump's administration, his picks. There were no changes coming up to that final 4 years in office. There was no effort to hire a completely new governing administration. None of that was in place. Donald Trump was going out to America and telling America, I got a platinum plan for the blacks. Blacks built America. And you know the rest of the story. That man was going to ride out the last 4 years of his term. He was just going to coast through it. It was going to be a couple of the little successes he had in the first term and a lot more of the failures that was just similar to the first term, being stymied by judges and disobeyed by subordinates. And he was going to go through, you remember all the people he's going through at the FBI, all the people. He was going to be hiring another swamp creature after another swamp creature. And then Trumpism and the MAGA movement would have been over. It would have had its final 4 years. All of that you're seeing today is vapor. All of that you're seeing today
is transitory. It's evanescent. It's fugacious. It's one man on a personal mission to get back at his victimizers. One man. Now, does that mean that he doesn't care about America? No. I don't know to what degree, but he obviously cares about America, the American people in general. Even though it's very hard for him to say white race, we see what's happening in South Africa. I noted that Julius Malema is not saying kill the certain class of people, which Donald Trump said the other day when it came to this appropriation without compensation for any property that I'm hearing, not just land, but any property owned by a white person. You have to check it out for yourself in case I got it wrong. This is superficial. And after these 4 years, the next lot of Republicans, and then definitely the anti-whites on the right, and then definitely the anti-whites on the left, are going to build it all back again, because the fundamental deep sea current that isn't being addressed is anti-whiteism. And all of these flippin' cucks out there are all going to be talking. You mark my words. How did the woke come back? Mark my words. The woke, the anti-whiteism never went anywhere. You didn't win any culture war. You abject imbeciles, you drooling vegetables. You didn't win shit. There's one man winning, and it's Donald Trump. It's to his genius, it's to his tenacity, it's to his ferocity, it's at his ability to make the right friends, it's to a confluence of agendas with other individuals, not the least of which are Israel supporting Jews and little tech supporting giants. That's why this is happening. And yet it marches on, as we will see in companies across the United States and indeed around the world. Anti-whiteism marches on. There's no stopping this without contending with it on the moral plane. As long as they hold the moral high ground, what's happening now is an aberration. We can change that. We in this community, and you listening to my voice right now, can change that by taking up the lexical and dialectical power of the Go Free Dialogic. You can change that. But we have to work like there is no tomorrow. We have to work like the devil is at our back, because you can literally see that handsome devil, Chucky Schumer, right behind you. These people are going to go out there and they will firebomb, they will commit terrorism, they will go out at your fundraisers for these politicians, like this guy you just watched, and they will disrupt, and they will sing, and they will chant. And the people in those rooms, Republican voters, cucks, will say, how do we appease them? How do we get them to stop disrupting? How do we, and the individual Republicans who want to be at the trough, they don't want to lose their popularity and feeling special and etc., the 4 Ps, they'll make deals. And this will all evaporate. And we'll become just another dream, kind of like COVID was now looking back. Remember when we had that moment when things seem to be going in the right direction? And I got to tell you, I am going to blow my stack in the future when a 100%, I'm predicting to you right now with 100% accuracy, there'll be endless content creators and alternative on the right. Alt-right, we'll go back to that term, that will be bemoaning how we had this moment. How did it happen? Why couldn't we hold on to it? And then they'll be going through they'll be bringing in the academics to tell you about this little jot and tittle or that little jot and tittle, and how maybe it got steered wrong that way, and then people, hordes will show up to educate themselves on the pedantic prattling of do-nothings. Educate themselves, and if I find out what went wrong, and then I can give my opinion at the next meeting of what I think really went wrong. Fuck you all. I'm telling you now what's wrong with it. I'm telling you why it will fail right now. You don't have to go listen to the James Lindsay 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, who will lead you the wrong direction to keep his grift going and to feed that Lindsay's Asian children or black children or whatever it will be. You don't need to go there then. You know the God answers. Fed up. As the walls are closing in. As the walls are closing in and we're stuck on this tiny little capsule in the Antarctic of Western civilization, trapped with a madman and madmen and mad women who will make deals and who will form alliances based on the social morality of our day, not on economic considerations, not on selfish individualism, but on the social morality of our day, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. Nothing outside of that capsule but the darkness and cold of the jungle. And so let's see what's happening in academia.
An Arizona State University professor of more than 20 years is suing the school over its mandatory DEI training for all faculty.
So he claims it violates a state law that prohibits public agencies from mandating training that presents any blame or judgment on the basis of race.
Okay. Now, my whole life, your whole life, you've been subjected to this anti-white obedience training at school, in business.
American energy dominance. American energy.
At school, you've been subjected to it. In business, you've been subjected to it. While at work as an employee, you have been subjected to it. You've been subjected to it at your lodges, at your etc. Even at your get-togethers, in many cases, informal anti-white obedience training. You're either anti-white or you're thrown out. We've all been subjected to it. Our whole lives, it's always been on the basis of race. And yet here you have Fox News and this ASU professor, and they're saying DEI, and I'm pushing back and I'm going to sue because of it. And how many times have these lawsuits failed in the past?
The basis of race, ethnicity, or sex. That philosophy, religious studies, and theology professor Owen Anderson joins us now. Dr. Anderson, thanks so much for giving us some time this morning. In that training that they were mandating, what do they teach you?
How to hate yourself if you're white?
And this is the first time I've had required DEI training. And what was objectionable about this specific training is that it divides people up based on race, and then it assigns blame based on skin color. And that's
what race? What race? Don't give us this bullshit.
The essence of racism. And so we have a state law in Arizona that prohibits state agencies from using public money to teach race blame or any kind of racial judgment.
Is that you've just had an
generalized conservative garbage, abstractionizing our victimization.
Enough, because I'm reading, you told our producers yesterday, you said you've sat through faculty meetings where Christians and conservatives are insulted. You said you've seen all kinds of attempts at imposing far left ideologies on the campus. Give us some more examples.
Yeah, well, a few years ago, I was told I need to decolonize my classroom and give proof that I've decolonized my syllabus. And what that means is decolonization is a
Decolonize. Pay attention, because we'll be getting to some more decolonization in just a moment. It means white erasure.
Is a Marxist philosophy about the modern world. And so I was being asked to impose that philosophy on how I teach.
Did you do
and
it?
I objected then as well.
Okay.
So, Doctor, when we reached out to the university, this is what they told us in the statement. It says the Goldwater Institute suit misled the court and misrepresents both the content and requirement of this training to make an argument that represents a political perspective, but is not based on the law. ASU's commitment to provide a supportive and welcoming education environment for students of all backgrounds will continue, and the university will respond appropriately to the Institute's tactics. What do you say to that?
Well, what the Goldwater...
So you see the double speak there, and how anti-whites do this all the time. They're like, oh yeah, we're going to address that. We'll change a few names for these programs, and then it'll keep marching along.
What Institute did was they provided 173 pages, which is just the content of these teaching modules and the quizzes, so that people can see for themselves and the court will be able to see. And whenever I bring up the content and show publicly, this is what's being taught, people are stunned. And they say, well, I can't believe that's what's being taught in these employee training classes.
Oh, and I mean, you would think there'd be others that would have a problem with what your school is doing. Are there other teachers, other professors?
Yeah, I've been contacted by others who say,
why isn't there? Because anti-whiteism is the social morality.
Thank you for speaking up. But people feel what is called the chilling effect, which means they know that if they speak up at work and the majority of...
And why would they be punished? Because it's immoral to not be anti-white.
People are far leftists, that they're going to have pushback and they're going to maybe face employment problems. And so many people are simply afraid to speak up, and that's very understandable.
Well, that's the real problem here, is that if you oppose this, you can't even let your voice be heard. Professor, thanks so much. Good luck in your lawsuit.
Thank you so much.
All right. So there you have it. Once again, with this professor at ASU, and we've seen this endlessly. Why is it that these trainings are across the West are always anti-white obedience trainings? You know, why aren't they ever something else? Why isn't it ever in favor of white people? It's just this abstraction, according to the cucks out there. It's just an abstraction. It's just about race. Anybody is just, you know what? Some races are bad. Yeah, which ones are those? Which ones are those? And some races are good and always bad. You really, which ones are those? What happened in decades ago, when all the television and everything was still black and white, the cuck movement really got rolling. And they made a very clear decision that they were going to function like the most supreme immune system to any mention of the victimization of white people. I literally have joked about in the past, because it's so true, that you could literally have in these cuck circles anti-whites beating and butchering white people and saying that we are doing it because they're white. And the principle in these big moneyed cuck-conservative circles is to never defend the white race. They would literally abstractionize what the anti-white was saying in that moment, because that is a commitment that is at the core of the cuck-conservative movement. And the only variation on that with neo-cucks is the big support for Israel. The die for Israel, fund Israel, etc. That's the only variation. Now, why is it? How do you get to a point where the people who are getting elected by this victimized group, that they have decided, and that their voters, so many of their voters have also decided, that they're not going to vote for a conversation about the victimization of the white race? How do you get to that point? The social morality. You see, the right has been anti-white
longer than you've been alive. It's been anti-white for generations and generations and generations. Of course, there have been an anomaly here or there. And in some cases, who knows what those people actually felt? Maybe taking those positions in the moment was self-serving. Maybe standing in the schoolhouse door was self-serving for a political career rather than an honest conviction. Because everywhere he looked and everywhere you're looking, the social morality of the West is anti-whiteism. If we don't address that, these livid, scurrilous cuck bitches are never going to talk about our victimization. They're always going to be talking about certain classes of people. You're always going to see the Fox Newses and every other news channel with a black guy and a white woman. It'll never end until you address the moral underpinning. So at every institution like this ASU and this professor, what he's having to do, the anti-whiteism and their concepts are the social morality. So they can come to him and say, and come to his colleagues and say, with their concept, their anti-white concept, decolonize. You have to decolonize your material, what you're teaching. You have your curricula. You have to decolonize Shakespeare, as we will take a look at in a minute. You have to come into this anti-white obedience training and learn that a certain race, and everybody knows what certain race it is evil by birth. And they can't say, how do you expect white children to come to any sensical conclusions in the midst of this? This professor, he can't even point out the reality. He can't even point out that he can't even say from stem to stern, this is anti-white. He won't defend it. And he talks about the retaliation. Everybody talks about the retaliation. How do you get to punishment? You know, infinitely more people modify their behavior because they don't want to look immoral than who modify their behavior because they might get punished. And what does that tell you? Why aren't you able to figure it out? How could you be punished for standing up for white people unless it was immoral and wrong to stand up for white people? I keep bringing it back to this point so that we can really drive it home and live it and change the world. Because this is the only change that will be lasting. Not a Donald Trump who's pissed off and can't take it anymore and wants to get back at the people who raided his house with their guns drawn, and the 4 indictments and the 30+ investigations and attempting to bankrupt his businesses and attempts to murder him and a bullet actually grazing him and no information coming out on crooks and what was really going on there. CNN being live at that rally, but none of the other rallies, for some reason we don't get to know. You would think that would be one of the first things. This anomaly, we've got something lasting here. So his colleagues are reaching out and they're saying, thank you for saying something, because they don't want to be seen as immoral. Being seen as immoral and being socially ostracized excites the same centers in the brain that physical pain excites. I have been right for decades. This is where the fight is. You have the tools in the Go Free Dialogic to win that fight, as so many others are doing. Let's have our victory and move on. Let's have our victories and change our world. Let's stop just complaining. Let's stop showing up to these content creators out there who are maybe legitimately covering the news. And when they say nothing can be done, guess we just got to sit around. You sit in the live chat silent about it. Nothing can be done. What the fuck are you doing? If you're in this community and you're seeing shit get done, you're seeing the victories, how the fuck are you over in any of these other chats when they say nothing can be done and you're not saying, oh yeah, there's something that can be done? I get that we're just talking about how bad it is here, but there is something that can be done. Maybe you don't like the white well-being community host and the host normal audience. Maybe you don't like them too much, but there's something that can be done. Maybe you don't want to participate in it, but there's something that can be done. It's getting done. We're running out of time. I'm watching people not stand up and say, hey, something can be done. Hey, there are people who can speak on what's going on in the world and how to fix it right now in the House of Swash. Why aren't they being interviewed? You'll bring on anybody except these people who are remedying it. Tells you everything you need to know about these networks behind these groups. Everything you need to know. So the colleagues are reaching out in silent, in private, to this. Thank you, because I don't want to be seen as immoral. You're not going to get fired like this. You're going to be ostracized. And they know it. So decolonize. This poor bastard could have said, you know what, to Fox News. You know what, when they say decolonize, what they really mean is white erase. You imagine? Well, he'd never be invited back because he's talking about defending the white race. But could you imagine the benefit that he would give the white race by doing that? And eventually, too many people, too many in Fox's audience will be using these concepts for Fox and the others to continue to ignore them. So if that professor had gone up and said, you know what, when they say decolonize, they mean white erase. They wanted me to decolonize my curriculum. And what that means when it gets right down to it is get rid of the white people, get rid of the white sourcing, cite non-white people, and where white people have to be cited, say that the white people stole it from others, change the curriculum so that it suits other groups of people, so that it is uncomfortable for the white students. That's actually what they mean. Could you imagine him saying that on Fox? You know, if he were Jewish and they were saying, you got to get rid of that Yehudi centrism in your education, I think he'd have no problem coming up and talking about how it's anti-Semitism. I wouldn't blame him either. I'm just wondering why my people won't do it. Here we have Shakespeare's birthplace to be decolonized after British researchers say his work enables white supremacy. Shakespeare was one of the people over the years that when I would give speeches and talk at cookouts and the rest, I said, they're going to get rid of Shakespeare. And what remains will be credited to non-white females and etc. And time and again, even the alternative resistance to our victimization said, no, they couldn't go that far. They couldn't do that. They couldn't do that much. We have Stone Cold Steve Austin in the house. Good to see you. We have Spartan is here. Is here. Good to see you. Anti-Vilification League is in the house. Moonrise Bay is here. Remember, tag me if you have any comments, questions, or concerns. You know, right now, they're talking about this professor. He's calling it DEI. But you know what? If you go back 20 years, DEI was called RNO, race and national origin in hiring. And there was also, what was the other one for females? Moonrise Bay says, I hear you, but wouldn't it be more productive to be debating National Socialism with those people? So pragmatic and real life stuff. Wouldn't it be better to debate those people? That's what you're asking me? I will happily debate the failure of those endeavors with anyone. And the reason why they are indifferent when the conversation, and they don't want to talk with me, but when that conversation comes up, is because they know at the very beginning of the conversation, I can say, has it worked? And it's over. So how would that be productive? Streaky Bacon's here. Thank you for your work, my good man. Well, God bless you. Thank you for being here. Thunderstorm is here. Tom is here. Bass is here. Gender consciousness in hiring. That's what that was about 20 years ago. Ambriel is here. Good to see you. Jason's on fire tonight. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. SN is here. So you have gender conscious hiring, RNO, race and national origin in hiring 20 years ago. There was no DEI. So this guy would have been saying RNO 20 years ago with his lawsuit. I mean, do you see how maddening this can be for me? This is anti-whiteism. End of conversation. No more daydreaming like these others about what a perfect government would be like. And let's try to sell people on this perfect idea of government that just so happens to be the exact same, that you're making yourself the personification of the villain in these people's lives, that they've lived in entertainment, that their subconscious mind lives as the real world. Let's get to actual work, no daydreaming, in our lives right now with concepts that change our lives. Let's get to work with it right now. Don't need some content. Look at the difference between what I'm doing and what everybody else is doing for you. Honestly. You don't show up here and I say, well, you know what would be the perfect form of government? And then, you know, if Joseph, blah, 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 and then at that time he had this and the economy did that, and ignoring context, ignoring the psychological abuse that we're under, ignoring white noir, ignoring on and on. What good is that going to do for you? You would think every fucking white person that comes across the content that I share would love me. I'll never know you. And I've developed the tools so that you kick ass in your life. What kind of losers want to show up for people who are going to daydream all day long about the perfect government, the perfect country, the perfect political party, and have been daydreaming for generations? Jay Bishop is here. Tom is here. Spud is here. Ivan the Horrible is in the house. He joins us. Otto is here. The Tree Godfather said hello to you a little earlier. Good to see you. Take an opportunity to share. Misty is here. Normie is here. Good to see so many. Marilyn is here. Good to see so many champions. Vulture Man, just for fun, is with us. So yeah, they said, nope, they won't be getting rid of Shakespeare. By the way, while they were busy, they were like, no, they won't get rid of Shakespeare. Now let me go talk about some daydreaming in front of the group. Let me just get up there in front of them. I'm going to get up there in front of them. I'm going to tell them about a perfect day. You know what we got to do? We got to rehabilitate Hitler. That's what we got to do. We just got to rehabilitate him. Everything will change when we rehabilitate him. Really? Really, child? Is that what's going to happen? Are you rehabilitating him at work? Are you? Oh, you're not. Oh, you're not. You're not. Oh, you're not. And you just got a divorce, right? Because you couldn't stop talking about him in the house? Gotcha. And you want other people to have those outcomes? Yeah, we should all be listening to you. That's what we should all be listening to. We should all be lining up to listen to what you have to say there, buddy. Rehabilitating. That's what should be done. Mm-hmm. So yeah, what other winning ideas? Shakespeare's birthplace to be decolonized because it enables white supremacy. Now, what will the cuck do? What will the cucks do when they see this? I ask because this is educational. Research concluded that celebrating Shakespeare enables white Anglo-centric worldviews that continue to do harm in the world today. Boy, I can see it now. The cucks are going to say, "No, it doesn't." Let's get ready to do some. No, it doesn't. I mean, what Shakespeare has nothing to do with right. These leftists, they don't understand it, and they're crazy. They're crazy. That's what the problem is. That's what they would be saying in all seriousness. That's what they seriously will be saying. I bet you I haven't read this at all. I haven't had time. I'm a busy person. And yet, here I come, day after day. I don't make a living. Like so many of these, somehow they make a living. They can have children. They can pay for their house. How do you do this? Where does that money come from? I do this because I dedicated my life to making your life better. There's never been a more salient and more obvious case of a person honestly setting forth to do good. That's why I have children named after me. That's why 14 people have gotten off the path to suicide. So that's what the cucks will be saying. Doesn't make any sense. Shakespeare doesn't promote the white race. They would be doing what? Making arguments from the position of the anti-white, immoral metric. The social morality of the West. The alt resistance to our victimization out there, when they see this, they're going to say, here's another reason to hate the Jews. It's because of the Jews. Okay, thanks. And now what? That's it. Okay. And then they'll say, and you know what? We should have a perfect government. This is our natural type of government. Okay, fuck you. The only white guy who said, what can we actually do, and got to work on it? And then this is the organization overseeing museums celebrating English playwright William Shakespeare's life is reportedly working to decolonize his legacy in the name of battling white supremacy. Let's see how the author handles this. This is Shakespeare. They're going to handle it as an abstraction. He is us. So an attack on Shakespeare is an attack on you personally. That is how you have passion. That is how you fight with love. That is how, if you're fighting with love, you have endurance. That is how you have outcomes, successful outcomes. You attack Shakespeare, you're attacking me. Shakespeare Birthplace Trust, a British nonprofit in Stamford upon Avon, Stratford, England, is working toward decolonizing, so white erasing, In recent years, critics in the, I mean, and it wouldn't hurt to make a meme or two that says decolonizing is anti-white for white erasure to help these people. In recent years, critics in the UK have been scrutinizing aspects of its history, even down to criticizing the use of the term Anglo-Saxon to describe the native speech for which England was named. Now, Shakespeare, despite being born in 1564 and largely writing plays that took place in Western Europe, is being scrutinized for his alleged impact on colonialism. So here you have the cuck argument, abstractions. Here you have it. Well, he wasn't around for the evil of racism. He wasn't around for the evil of colonialism. He was just some guy writing plays. You should leave him alone. Do you think that argument will work? Of course it won't. For the love of God. The process of decolonizing, the process of white erasing Shakespeare's work reportedly includes researching, quote, the continued impact of colonialism on world history and the ways in which Shakespeare's work has played a part in this. The effort, which roughly means distancing work from Western perspectives, reportedly began after concerns were raised that celebration of Shakespeare enables white supremacy. If you stay in their story, you stay in the anti-white narrative, and that means using their verbiage and using their arguments and using their morality. This is true. Shakespeare is white supremacy. You cannot win. You can make all the arguments you want. I could destroy, using anti-white arguments, every cuck, every alternative to our victimization. I could destroy them all using anti-white meme pathogens. Because if you're going to stay in their story, you lose. And that's why you all know that. That's why you hide your power level. That's why you don't say too much at work. That's why you keep it secret. Because you lose. In the anti-white narrative, Shakespeare is absolutely a profound element of white supremacy. And there are many, many arguments to make. Could totally overwhelm you with arguments about why that's the case. The trust also warned that some items in its collection and archives relating to the iconic 16th century playwright may contain language or depictions that are racist, sexist, homophobic, or otherwise harmful, meaning that they aren't anti-white enough. That's what it means. That's how you should view it. That's how you should talk about it. It is completely ineffective, on one hand, to say it's not racist because, it's not sexist because, or on the other hand, to say the dudes are doing this. Those two things suck and you're a loser. I mean, just facts, real, based. Skibbity. True. Churu, churu, churu. Those arguments suck. They lose, and you're a loser. The trust is also warned. Okay, so Shakespeare's Birthplace Trust reportedly worked on a research project with the University of is that Birmingham? What? Birmingham's Dr. Helen Hopkins, and concluded that praise of Shakespeare as a universal genius benefits the ideology of white European supremacy. What are the two arguments that'll be made there? No, it doesn't, by the cucks. And we are superior, by the tards, by the other form of tard.
He is ours. He is us. If you touch it, you are attacking us. He is our culture. He is our people. His creations are of us. They of our biospirit. To touch them is to victimize us as a people. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. You understand, anti-white pig? I don't care that if you think it's hurting somebody's feelings, start another institution where you don't teach Shakespeare. God's sake. God's sake. Here we are. Their research concluded further that colorblind inclusion, just like we have now from the anti-white right, colorblind meritocracy, spread European ideas about art and used Shakespeare as a symbol of British cultural supremacy and Anglo-cultural. Now, there is where they come in and they very easily use the older anti-whiteism of ethnocentrism to divide us. This is where we step up and say, fuck you. We're all the same. German white person, Italian white person, French white person. That's where they stand up and say, you anti-white. You're not going to get us to concur because we feel animosity to Anglo, to British, to etc. This is where we all stand up together. Celebrating Shakespeare's work, the researcher argued, was part of a white Anglo-centric, Eurocentric, and increasingly, do you notice too, the anti-whites are getting it right. They're saying, look, it's white Anglo-centric, but then by extension, that means white people in general. Yes. Anti-whites get it right. E. Michael Jones will tell you, no, don't all come together. Let them continue to divide us and have us fight against each other. And get a whole horde of people following that old poisonous bitch. One of the solutions. Wing of Productions is here. David Marmette, playwright-director, has pushed the idea Shakespeare was Jewish. Of course, and that will be adopted to some degree. Hyperborean Dream is here. Good to see you. Corey is here. Azimuth Clark's in the house. JH saying that Shakespeare equals Francis Bacon. We are friends with both. Jake says you should react to, quote, the modern world, whites and Western. In the video, the content creator claims that all things we dislike are actually core aspects of white identity. Says Jake. I haven't seen that, and I'll have to take a look maybe at that. Thank you for sharing it. Lou Dobbs used to talk about North America and currency and going cashless. Could this be the root of a white erasure, going cashless? I mean, obviously, it's another system of control. This is something that we need to be aware of, is that, keep in mind at all times, that anti-whiteism is over all things. Anti-whiteism is the narrative we live under across the totality of the West, and inflicts injury on us, physical, mental, and spiritual injury on us. At the same time, there are other things within that system that are afoot, like the incessant drive to simplify things and to reduce the number of moving parts. And that is a maybe a human thing in general. It's certainly something that our people endeavor to achieve with all of our systems. They become these complex things, and then bright people break it down further and further, simplifying. And the unfortunate result of that is that it's very easy then to be have fewer people in charge, of fewer levers. It doesn't necessarily mean that that natural endeavor or of our spirit is evil or akin in some way, parallel in some way to evil, and therefore good is the total dispersion of all power and authority, and to complexify everything in our lives to the nth degree. We need, I mean, the ultimate power would be if all white people, and I'm not saying that this should, I'm just saying on a game theoretic level, all white people come together on the basis of our well-being, and then there is a single person in control of the whole thing, motivated purely as an angel by white well-being, could wield the totality of our race. So you can see game theoretically, that's the most powerful thing. At the same time, the further you are away from government, the less power you are as an individual. So building layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy and governance makes the individual weaker and less powerful, and on and on. And the same, the other direction, the alternative, more powerful, obviously not less susceptible to the desires or complaints, etc., of the people. So this is always afoot in the machinery of society. And it's one of the things that complicate understanding how we recapture our destiny. But I did it for you. Bright people have come together, and we've done a Biosphere of the West is here. I said something funny at some point. I'm going to start learning how to read, write, and speak in Russian in a couple of weeks, says Ambriel. Very interesting, very ambitious. DG is in the house. What is that? Andorian nationalist? Is that what that is? Hello to you. Yeah. He says, I'm glad to see you maximizing the voice acting. I've not had voice acting, but if it sounds like I have, then thank you. Streaky Bacon. Apparently, a lot of Europeans are now immigrating to the U.S., Ozark region. How do you feel about the white flight from Britain to the U.S., my friend? Well, I love me some white people. So white people coming over to escape the victimization of anti-whiteism, we all should do it when and where there is an opportunity to continue our fight for white well-being. If you white flight and it's just to save your own ass, then fuck you to hell. I've got no patience for any more selfish white people. I'm done with it. Absolutely no patience. So for white people who are white flighting and they're like, God, I just got away. I just want to get away from that. Just going to get me and my family, and we're going to go over. We're going to move out to the middle of nowhere, and we'll just let this rot continue. But I'll be dead by the time. Yeah, we should put you there sooner. You should be put there sooner. I'm not saying that's what these people are doing. But, and I will continue to say, I've always said that we need to fight for our people where we are, unless or until fighting for our people where we are is too dangerous. It's not safe. We're either going to be maybe jailed for it, like in the case of the UK, or the environment, the neighborhoods are just too dangerous. You're going to get raped, you're going to get beat, you're going to get, et cetera. Then get the hell out of there and go someplace else. So if for these individuals that are fleeing the UK to come over here, if they're coming over here to fight for white well-being, then I gladly receive. But if it's just for selfishness and they don't want to talk about race, I would just punch that motherfucker in the mouth, honestly, at this point.
You're fleeing from, you're white flighting from what anti-whiteism has done, but you don't want to talk about our victimization. If I show up and they want to talk about abstractions, if I show up and they want to talk about the do's, I'll just beat the ever-living shit out of them. You just fled from that stupidity, the failure of that stupidity. God damn. And again, I'm not saying, Striggy Bacon, that that's on the minds or in the thoughts of any of these individuals. SN says he's listening. I just saw Moonrise question again. Could you imagine the 10 millionth debate of the daydream? You saying, do you think it would be more beneficial to debate National Socialism? Why would I debate fantasy? And I'm not like coming down on you, Moonrise. It is what it is. I don't know how long you've been in the white sympathetic sphere. I've been here for a very long time. And debating fantasy, white children are getting brutalized every single day in the West. And these people who are lauded and celebrated for daydreaming for their audience are indifferent to that. If your agenda is someday this would be perfect, we've got to magically get there while white children are being victimized, you're a piece of shit. Why would any white person heed that one iota? I mean, I was driving today. By the way, burning the doors off. Anybody who wanted to compete, burning the doors off. And because this is not going to happen. And we're going to get to the rest of this news here. But I was driving along today and I was thinking, where are the white people of yore? Where are they? Because this is where you go to do. I mean, I have talked to so many conservative types, and I've talked to so many of the alternative resistant types out there, and none of them want to do. Enough on that. All right. So Shakespeare is going to be white erased. And I can 100% tell you right now that if the defense of Shakespeare stays inside the anti-white narrative, if the defense of Shakespeare does not utilize the concepts that we teach here in service to white well-being, Shakespeare will be white erased. He will be increasingly removed. The previous, I mean, it's already diminished. The previous celebration of Shakespeare and his genius and all that he did, all of that is so diminished today compared to what it was. I mean, we should be building to this day statues to Shakespeare. Everyone should know who he is, what he did, etc. Everyone. Nothing. He's like this antiquated, just another old white guy. Nothing. He'll continue to have his genius and his works diminished. And in some places, he'll be claimed, just like in the live chat now, saying that a content creator is claiming, or academic is claiming, that he was Jewish. Do you remember about 20 years ago, literally 20 years ago, do you remember when they started saying that he was 2 or 3 women? Do you remember that? That went on for 15 years ago. That went on for several years, where they claimed that, oh no, Shakespeare was never a real person. It was the works of like 2 or 3 women who wrote all his plays. So the attribution of his works will be given away to non-white races and to females, taken away from the white race, otherwise diminished. They'll change the texts. They'll change what happens in these stories. Teaching of the stories, the original way, his original plays and all, will be deemed as heretical to anti-whiteism. They'll use these sorts of concepts
racist, bigot, homophobe, etc. They'll use it all on him. And those who teach actual Shakespeare history, and then they'll stop doing it. It'll be seen as immoral to do so. No one will want to be seen as immoral. If you stay in the anti-white narrative, that will be the outcome, as has been for so many others, as is happening right now with so many others. All right, enough about that, because what we really have to wonder about is Lamborghinis. How often have you seen Lamborghinis get pulled over by the police? It's kind of rare. Uh-oh. Pulled over. Whoa! Oh, shit! It's them cats again! Let's celebrate. A new piece by Anglo-Saxon and NWG. We've got anti-whiteism in employment we've got to get to. And you probably remember nothing, according to the anti-whites, there is no discrimination against white people, except that we have here on this gatherings on Sunday and on our Wednesday get-togethers, other weekdays as well. We have talked about at length categorizing and documenting how many scores of the biggest businesses in the United States and elsewhere around the world discriminating actively against white people in hiring, in promotion, etc. So they'll tell you it doesn't happen anywhere because anti-whites believe it's never enough persecution. It's never enough discrimination. New piece by Anglo-Saxon NWG, rocking it. Let's take a look at your tags and what you have going on. Rocking it out here. We have our victories coming up. We have the Go Free lesson of the day as well. And that's very interesting. We're going to be talking about numerical courage, numerical diffidence, and are Ashkenazim white? Why would anybody think so? Also, of course, talking about social lynching. Janitor of White Noir rocking over here on Twitter X. Good to see you, brother. He says he's not a political theorist. I guess you are not on a political spectrum. You are a white person. Exactly. Janitor of White Noir. Can you talk more about James Lindsay? I liked his views on the woke left, but his comments on the woke right just don't seem right, says Mama Duck. I will jot that down, and we'll see about maybe talking about him on Wednesday a little bit more. And we're not in, thank you for being here, we're not in that spectrum. We're not in that anti-white spectrum. And he's on the anti-white right. He's not a centrist. He is anti-white. And that's why you didn't feel good about him talking about the woke right. What we do here is we defend ourselves against the victimization of white people based on our birth. And if he thinks that's immoral, he is operating by the anti-white moral metric, which is immoral to the well-being of white people. It is inimical to our well-being. So we have people here of different races, non-white races, mixed race people as well, who are all fighting against this anti-white persecution. It is the most moral thing. And anybody objecting to fighting against this victimization is anti-white. And that holds true for James Lindsay. Ivan loving the stream. Daughter of Eve is with us. We really live in the anti-white narrative. Good to see you. Independent South is in the house. White well-being needs to colonize the white soul. Oh, I like the way you put that. So true, brother. So true. All right, what do we have up next? We have James O'Keefe. Maybe you saw this. Outrage. Another, how many of these exposés does he have to do where he's uncovering anti-whiteism in hiring at some of the biggest institutions? I mean, we have anti-whiteism in Disney, in hiring at Disney. We have anti-whiteism in hiring at MGM. We have it in Harley. We have it in IBM. We have it in, we could just literally go on and on and on with documented cases. And Mama Duck, if you have a specific argument that James Lindsay made that you found irritating, vexatious, upsetting, or anything about the woke, right? And by that, he means that anybody talking about race is evil. So does he object to Jewish people complaining about the victimization of Jews? So if he doesn't, he should shut his fat, doughy mouth when it comes to white people objecting about the victimization of white people. But if you have a specific one, tag me and write it there over on Twitter X so I can speak to that specific argument and what you might be juggling when it comes to your views on the things that he's sharing. All right, well, here it is again. James O'Keefe, another expose of anti-whiteism. James O'Keefe, undercover footage, MGM, casino marketing director. I'm not going to hire whites, close quote. Quote, no matter how great whites look on paper, they don't fit well with my team. And then the commenter says, we need a federal investigation into MGM. This is racist and illegal. No, don't use their terminology. You legitimize their ideology. Racist means that it is immoral for white people to have well-being. That's what it means. You cannot take it away from them because the actionable definition is in the minds of the hundreds of millions of people that live in Western civilization. Pathetic, gelded cucks out there have been trying to take that concept away from the anti-whites for generations, and it doesn't work. So identify it for what it is, and thereby you indict those who use it as immoral. For fuck's sake.
So if you had an African-American guy and that white guy who you did hire both together for that role, say they're equal on all merits. I'd probably hire the African-American.
So he would hire the African-American, he says. And here's the thing, you got to wonder about O'Keefe. He is probably not interested in this information being shared because how much publicity is there for him when he's uncovering that white people are being discriminated against on the basis of our birth? Is that a big expose for O'Keefe? You know, anything else would be bigger, wouldn't it? For him, would bring him more donors, so he is reluctantly, in my opinion, bothering to share this. I guarantee you he's sitting around saying, this is so boring. Every expose we do, they discriminate against white males. Everywhere we send it undercover, they're talking. It's the government against white males. It's private business against white males. Everywhere we go, they're saying, nope, don't hire white males. Sometimes they put it on paper. Most of the time they don't. Sometimes it's under one heading. Sometimes it's under another heading. He would love it. He would come out of his shoes with joy if one of these people said, we don't hire Jews. We don't hire them Jews around here. That's how we do it. No Jews in this house. Or blacks. I mean, do you remember all the conservatives? After he did the expose on Disney, and they were specifically talking about no white people, not even white people that have non-white blood in them. We don't want them either. And do you remember the conservatives were running articles and were tweeting about how blacks were not being hired by Disney because they had white in them. So these poor blacks. I mean, these are white conservative content creators. You cannot have enough contempt for them. You cannot spit on them enough.
Yeah, you just have to be very careful, right? Because our guests cannot connect with our employees.
So the excuse this anti-white, non-white POS says for why he doesn't hire white males is if our guests can't connect with our employees, you have no white guests. He says if our guests cannot connect and our employees are white so they can't connect because of it.
And if they're all white, it just doesn't resonate the same.
It doesn't resonate. So that's why we don't hire white guys. Oh, rest assured, he'll have the white, good-looking white females. But he doesn't want to have the white guys.
So in that situation, you would be weeding out by race, essentially.
I would as well look at that, right?
Yeah. We chose to investigate MGM. This led us to Albie Velarde, the director of casino marketing at MGM Resorts. Albie Velarde states he won't hire whites.
You wouldn't have wanted to hire the white guy then at that point.
Is there a cultural fit? Because if they're not, no matter how great they look on paper, if they don't fit well with my team, I'm not going to hire them.
The casino marketing director for MGM reveals that if MGM was to lose a female employee, MGM HR will instruct their hiring management to obtain more female employees based upon their turnover summary.
Have you ever gotten memos from higher up about like we want to hire this certain type of people or we don't want to hire this certain type of people?
Like at a property level, HR sends us every month. They send us like our turnover summary of the month. They'll point out this month we lost, this amount of females versus males.
So like if I lose one of my...
So literally coming down. So this guy's got to do the hiring, but every month the higher ups will step in and say, oh, well, make sure you hit these anti-white quotas. Make sure you hit those anti-white quotas. It's not national news. The cucks aren't talking about it. James Lindsay not talking about it. If James Lindsay's going to talk about it as a typical fat cuck, white cuck, anti-white white cuck, he's going to turn it into an abstraction. This is about wokies and Marxist ideology, and we shouldn't, races are being discriminated against. Really, which ones? Which ones, buddy?
Velarde also speaks about how he avoids doing business with standard companies, preferring only to work with diversity-based companies.
Okay, there you have. This is huge. You know how many businesses that were run by white guys, businesses that were never started by white guys, these brilliant white business owners. Maybe you're listening and you're one of them, or you could have attempted to be one of them. Or maybe you're a white guy that's in business right now and you're struggling because of it, being a white guy. The major institutions, the banks, all over the place, because of anti-white ideology, because of the social morality it creates, you are undermined based on your birth, based on the fact that you are a white male. Now, what has this done? Think about the concentric damage this has, generational damage this has done to the white race. The power wielded by the creators of Western civilization, which is the body of our people, not just the richest at the top or anything, the body of our people. What has this done? Families never created, families ruined because of ruined businesses. Businesses that never got started, businesses that would have benefited you and me. You could just go on and on talking about it. We don't have enough time to talk about it. But here you have one of literally an infinite number of examples of major institutions, all the way down to tiny institutions. But MGM is giant. Entertainment, casino, etc. They have many holdings, many subsidiaries, and they're saying only work with non-white and female-owned and run companies. So in other words, do not work with companies owned and ran by white males. Why isn't there a shriek, like banshee yelling, shrieking, crazed maniac white females for white males being discriminated against? This is everywhere. Sakes, ladies, it's your husbands, it's your fathers, it's your brothers, it's your sons, it's your male cousins, it's your uncles, it's your nephews. What the f is going on?
For me personally, instead of going to big companies to supply me for things, sometimes I'll find local businesses that can do it for me to help out local businesses. I will purposefully look for diverse-based hires. Whether it's a woman-owned company or a black-owned company, what kind of service do you end up getting as a consequence? Now, in all seriousness, you could have it reminds me now of a restaurant owner. I think it was in New York. This was years ago. Black guy who owns a restaurant, and there were black people in that restaurant who were behaving in a way pretty stereotypical. It was a bunch of females. It might have been all females. And he went and threw their asses out. So to make the point that what kind of service do you think you're going to get from a company that's hired and that ends up getting the jobs and it ends up having the history and is known by the companies that can hire these companies when they were hired not on their competence, but because the owner had a black ass to sit on? What kind of service are you going to get from that? As opposed to that restaurant where you saw the guy, he's like, get the fuck out of my restaurant. You're not going to come in here and behave like this. Do y'all remember that? So what kind of service do you end up getting? How does that undermine? How does that impact? What about those cases where the services or products can harm or even kill the people who are using them? It's a women's-owned company, whether that is a black-owned company of some sort, whatever it is. I'm like, that's exactly who I want to work with anyway.
What about for that shift of power in America and in any other Western country where you have business owners, smart people from other countries around the world who decide, ooh, I'm going to go, I can capitalize over there. There's no white male competition. They're kept artificially out. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to dominate. How many of you have watched your environments transform from one where you had a white, poor, working class, upper middle class, and wealthy, to one now where the wealthy is almost entirely non-white people? Because I have. Wonder how that happened. It artificially happens with anti-whiteism.
I think like the company has always been very diverse because we need it. We've always been left-leaning though.
Dreaming of some real excitement? Get it at the MGM Grand Las Vegas.
All right. So there you have another example when the anti-whites are telling you, no, you're not being discriminated against. You're not being persecuted. You don't face any hardship in life as a white person because you're white. You might have hardship just because you're alive, but not because you're white. Really, motherfucker, really? Because every major company discriminates against us. Just look. I mean, the hyperbole is warranted there. Just look for yourself. Stop anti-whiteism showing up. Big salutes. Spiritual, is that Eurasian, says this is crazy. If you mean it's crazy because, yeah, they're discriminating against us, yeah, absolutely is. How about got MGM and hiring, not hiring white people? And do you remember, I kept the story because it's so crazy. Hopefully I'll always have it and know where it is. But when we read the story from the female Jewish author who was complaining that in Hollywood, Jews who look white are being discriminated against and they're not getting jobs. And how dare these Hollywood institutions be anti-Semitic? I mean, it's like the self-awareness totally just not present. But she's seeing clearer than the conservatives, James Lindsay types are. She's seeing clearer than the alternative resistance to our victimization is seeing. At least she cares about her people. But I mean, the big white spot is that the discrimination is against white people. MGM, guilty of it, clearly here. But how about also Netflix? Netflix decided to come out with a little tale, a little show. And I don't know, maybe you all can help remind me. Big hello, 07 to Azimuth Clark. First Last is in the house. Good to see you, brother. The great Franklin is your So School Papa J Magic. Dan is here. Good to see the heroes. Here you have the story. And I don't know that we had, it's not coming to me at least today as I was throwing things together. What do we call it when they base, because this happens all the time. What do we call it when a non-white person commits a crime and then they make a movie or a TV show where a white actor plays the role? And I couldn't remember. I was just thinking white casting. Like, you know, when they make a movie out of this black guy in the UK stabbing and butchering all these females, they will white cast the actor. But that's what they did here. It says Mega melts down over Netflix hit Adolescence main character. Now we'll just jump down real quick. I want to show you the tweet. A lot of people have been tweeting about this. Here is the actual guy. And then here is the actor that was cast to play this guy. And of course, their defense is, oh, this story is not just based on that. This is anti-whiteism, folks. This is how it operates. MAGA's trying to make hit next Netflix series Adolescence a flashpoint for a conversation about immigration, when that's not what the show's creators intended. Nah. Yeah, we're going to fall for it. No, we are not the white race of like the boomer gilded age. You know what? It's the boomer gelded age. Totally kick-ass people of that age bracket out there today, no doubt. But that was maybe peak gullibility for the white race. You cannot find whites more gullible than in that age bracket. There are other shortcomings in other age brackets, but that age bracket, I mean, you could tell them anything and they're just going to. So you know what I'm talking about. So in the old days, you could go to the white race and say, well, that's not what we were intending. And they were like, oh, okay, not anymore. We see anti-whiteism at work. The new limited drama series is about a young British boy accused of murdering a classmate. One of the writers, Jack Thorne, told BBC Radio 2 in the UK that the show is about male anger and male rage. Cute little euphemism for white males, isn't it? Cute. I mean, we continue to see at state level produced propaganda. Germany, Sweden. How many times do we got to see the state level propaganda where they make posters of the non-white guys coming into the country with white girls receiving them? So it isn't an anti-male. This is just a euphemism for anti-white male. The show has sparked a national conversation in the UK about male violence. Is that what's really happening? White males are just terrorizing through the country with their butcher knives. And was even mentioned in British Parliament. Thorne wrote the four-parter alongside acclaimed actor Stephen Graham, one who in an interview with GQ magazine also said it is inspired by male on female violence. Awful guys out there. Itself spearheaded by... Now, that was not a good word to choose, was it? That was not very adroit there. By radicalization online. Oh, okay, so we see where this is going. White guys are going online. They're getting angry about being treated as the lowest rung of society by white females and by the entire non-white population and in all media. And they're all just getting radicalized online. And then they're out there doing all of these knife attacks and cutting heads off. And except it's not the white guys doing that. Okay. Nice little bait and switch there, anti-white pig. Graham added in that interview that self-described misogynist, an anti-white slur, Andrew Tate, a dirtbag, a non-white dirtbag that tricked white women and may have alleged, tricked white women that alleged maybe prostitution, that alleged a lot of awful things out of white women, and to make him rich. That any white guy listens to this anti-white, non-white bitch just because he's going to complain about Jews. He insults the shit out of white males. But just because he's going to complain about the Jews, you're going to listen to him? He thinks you're a joke. And he has allegedly whored out your white women. Not a single white guy should follow him. Unbelievable. And anybody who aligns with him, like the I'm a Mexican Fuentes, you should treat the exact same way. Those are your sisters. You know, you're worried about, you don't know how to be a man. You weren't trained how to be a man. Well, here is your first lesson. You fight for your family. Do you understand? You craven bitches. Someone whores out white females and you hate them with an undying passion to the ends of time. My question is, how is it that the Tate brothers don't have to concern themselves all the time with being assassinated by the whites they insult for having whored out white women, allegedly? How is it? Don't bother them. Obviously, don't assassinate them. Where's the white race? Unbelievable. So he said, described the massage. Andrew Tate had an impact on the storyline. So in other words, Andrew Tate, by the anti-whites, seen as a white supremacist, and he is inspiring all these knife attacks in the UK. Nothing is funny, about that. Nothing is funny. You don't joke around like, oh boy, that's what's really happening. Yeah, we got them. Time to grow up and be men. Both MAGA and the British right wing, there you have it, aren't buying it. Some of those circles are denying the fact that the main character is played by are decrying the fact that the main character is played by a white actor, and claiming that the production is based on the story of Hassan, is it Sentamu, a black man who, and he's a man, it's always a black man, even when he's a murderer, last week was jailed for life for the murder of a 15-year-old girl when he was 17. This is how Netflix portrays, quote, this is how Netflix portrays a 13-year-old knife murderer in the UK. Let me jump in really quickly because you all will understand this. What is real in the world is entertainment. They have, what have we talked about here? Fictionalized reality. Far more people will see this entertainment, and their subconscious mind will experience the emotions. Everything that the anti-white propagandists are conveying through the entertainment, the evil of the white race, the harm that's done by white males, the crafting of these evil white males by white guys online. They will all experience that as reality. What is their interaction with the story of Hassan? Did they even read it? Probably not. And if they read it, if they heard about it, was there any emotion involved? Were there moments, like tearful moments with the victims in the isolation of their hearts, crying, sitting in their bedroom because their sister was butchered by this white guy? Of course not. They will experience that, though, and it will be a lived, real experience by their subconscious mind, which operates their lives 99% of the time. The anti-whites know exactly what they're doing here. This is fictionalized reality. This is what's real. Hassan and what he actually did, not real. Forgotten. You think then that you can go to people and cite the data and cite Hassan and think you're going to make a damn's worth of difference? Of course not. For generations, nobody's been making a damn worth of difference by doing that. Second image is the person it was based on, Irish far-right ideologue Keith Woods, who has been retweeted by Elon Musk in the past. He shared an image of the main character, Jamie Miller, played by the white actor Owen Cooper, alongside an image of the aforementioned Sentamu, now 18, falsely claiming his killing was the sole inspiration. So here you have the unctuous, the glib way that an anti-white can sneak out from underneath of the accusation by Keith Woods. Well, in part, but not in toto. And by the way, we know that the world is full of these awful white males. What do you say then to that? Because the audience is saying, yes, you know what? I lived it in this Netflix movie that was made. You know who else Netflix is demonizing? Yours truly. Only by a little blip, though, you see. Guilt by association. They just came out with a documentary called, quote, I'm Not a Nazi, where a white female playing the role of a repentant villain in the anti-white narrative. We talk about this right here. It's one of the types of mercenary that we articulate right here. You can understand the world like the rest of us. She's playing the repentant villain. Oh, she was drawn in. She was lied to. She got inside and found out that it's everything that the media, the entertainment media, has told them. And then, of course, it's very easy to go out and to find these imbeciles playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, playing that villain, just as Matt Green, Adam Green, interviewing Richard Spencer, said, would you say you played the villain in the anti-white narrative? And Richard said, I absolutely played it. I did a fantastic job. Rich Spencer knew what he was doing the whole time. 4 Ps. He was enriching himself by playing the villain, just like so many else out there are doing right now. Playing the villain in the anti-white narrative because you will be celebrated with jeers by the anti-white system for doing so. And people will be directed. Well, what did they do with yours truly? Because I don't play the villain in their narrative. Well, Katie, friends with Biospirit of the West, she was on the qui vive, smart woman. And she saw something. Wait a second. That's the no white guilt guy. As they were running by different content creators on the screen, people who manipulated and tricked and etc., this poor white female into becoming a hater and a Nazi. They showed my image. Netflix, anti-white garbage. Anti-white garbage. And here they are. Fictionalizing reality. Others tried to insinuate that choosing a white actor to play the main role in Adolescence is evidence of obfuscating a problem with violent crimes perpetuated by immigrants. Quote, race switching. And of course, here's your abstraction. As though the races are switched all the time. The other direction. Haven't you seen so many clips where the white man is the rapist and then they get a black guy to play? Never. Never. Race switching. Says the vegetable army. They go marching. Here come the vegetables. Is like from a Yellow Brick Road. Down the Yellow Brick Road, they're like, oh, we're the vegetables. Race switching. Race switching. What does it tell you that this vegetable, this cauliflower here is saying race switching? That he or she is very much aware of what the social morality is. Can't defend white people. A murderer in your show, to change the topic from immigration to toxic masculinity, not even in quotes, just it's a real thing. Use their terminology, legitimize their ideology. You know what toxic masculinity is? Of course, a mean pathogen. It's anti-white slur. You know what it really is? It means that you're not anti-white enough. You're not obedient enough to gynocentrism, to females. You're not obedient enough to the girls in your life. So therefore, you're toxic. Toxic masculinity is so deeply evil and dishonest, I have trouble properly expressing my rage, close quote. One critic appears, who appears to be American. Patrick Christie's a presenter on ultra-conservative UK TV network, told GB News, said the show, quote, unfairly demonizes white working class boys. Just say white people. Yes, but it's all of us. It's not like, well, just those working class boys. It's all of us. Darren Grimes, a white right-wing cheerleader, akin to Joey Manorino in the U.S. Don't you just love how all this, the anti-white right, is headed up, especially in America, by non-whites? Don't you just love that? He suggested the writers made quote, up fictional white villains. Now that I can get behind. Grimes, too, said the show is inspired by Sentamu's killing of the young victim. In Netflix reimagined universe, the attacker magically becomes white. It's almost as if there really doesn't it's almost as if reality, this guy's getting good, doesn't fit nearly into their comfortable narrative. No, it's not comfortable. Don't associate comfort with their narrative. It's anti-white narrative. So close. Radicalized white bloke? ? Now that's box office gold for the avocado toast classes. Oh, come on. That's not what it's about. It's not about making money. It's about demonizing white people. It's about staying true to the ideology, religion of anti-whiteism. He wrote on his website, and he added the disclaimer that violence against women is vile, evil, abhorrent, you name it. Okay. What about violence against men? Is that not evil? I mean, don't prop up. You see, why did that guy do that? Because the morality of the West is the anti-white immoral imperative, where harming women is like one of the worst things you can do. Harming men, only not so much, because they're white, right? We're always talking about white males. Critics largely argue, I've been so right. The hell? We have so much coming up, so much and more coming up. I'm going to get to all of your comments. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. I'm looking over there at the live chat on Rumble. Lively chat going on. Totally agree with you about the Tate brothers, says Alien Exists. Use the lexicon concepts. And what could it hurt to use them? Exactly. It is something you can do now in your circle of influence. Beautifully written over there on Premium Rumble. Let's get busy effectuating change with tools that work, that we, everywhere we are, can affect that change, instead of forming an audience around daydreamers, or instead of forming an audience around people who are just going to document the doom, dissect the doom, and divine more doom. How can we not be the absolute peak white love on planet Earth? Critics largely argue recent instances of knife crime in the UK have been perpetrated by men with immigrant backgrounds, such as Sentamaru and Axel Radakubana, the 18-year-old jailed for life for killing of 3 girls in Southport. Only one ex-critic even said the quiet part out loud, writing, quote, "This is how they brainwash us into believing white men are the problem, when in fact it's immigrants." So you see there how this person, yes, we know who's committing the crimes, but it's anti-whiteism. It's do not fall for this guy's trap. I mean, this guy's like a half-wit. Why would you fall for his trap? This author here. It's anti-whites. It's anti-whiteism that's causing the crime to be committed. It's anti-whiteism that causes more anti-whites to be in our midst from foreign lands. Let this guy talk about when he complains about you, that you're complaining about anti-whites, and then let every white person read that. This argument ignores white misogynistic killers. And so here it goes. Here it goes. Where he can then say in response, well, here's an example of a white killer. And here's another example. So there are white killers on diminishing, of course, and painting over, downplaying the difference, not only in per capita, but in total amount. They can do that, and they've been doing that for generations. So why not heed what Jason is telling you and win instead? white misogynistic killers like Kyle Clifford, who was just, and then you know what everybody else who doesn't want to listen to what we're doing here, they'll go to try to say, oh, well, Kyle is a special case, or Kyle is, shut up. Male on female domestic abuse has been declared a national emergency in England and Wales. Is that true? It probably is. What's the actual statistic? Is it actually true that more domestic violence is committed by females on males? I think that's true in the United States. You can look it up for yourself. So it's probably true in England. But does that matter? No, it doesn't. Because you have not won the conversation of morality. The argument also serves to dilute the actual message of the show, which is male violence and the rising tide of misogynist influencers like Andrew Tate. Well, so there you have it. What more is there to say about the anti-whites? I explain, I take each one of these articles, I break it down for you so you can see exactly what's taking place, exactly what's in the hearts and minds of the anti-whites and what they're thinking and what their next steps always are, exactly what's happening with the audience, exactly what's happening with the people of the different variety that try to push back against our victimization. I explain exactly how they go wrong, how they always go wrong, and how they will go wrong in the future again. I tell you exactly what you need to do in order to actually attain victory in these scenarios in your own world, in your circles of influence. What more does the House of Swash have to do? Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a lot more to do. We're going to be talking about a bunch of our victories. Can't even get to all of them. We have the lesson of the day coming up where you learn so much more about how to address our victimization. And there are some very important concepts we're going to be talking about when we come back, and we will be right back.
White guilt.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let me know that you can hear me okay as the crowd roars. We're going to get to some epic celebration here in just a moment. We have the great Franklinator to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me. The great Franklinator and all of his hard work and service to white well-being. Give it up for Franklin. Raucous emojis, crepitant emojis. Let's hear the cacophony. We hear you, says Corey. God bless you, brother. Thank you. The great Franklinator doing the timestamps, and every now and again for white well-being, getting in there, doing some timestamps, and some others as well. Big thank you. 07s, quadruple 07s to these champions and the hard work that they are doing in service to white well-being. The great Franklinator every week showing up over there on Donald Trump Jr.'s streams, and a host of other swashbuckling heroes showing up with him as well. And we're going to celebrate them. Franklin personally wants to thank them. No better way to get to the great Donald Trump himself than through his number one son. And we have over there this past week, along with the great Franklin, Ivan is there. Janice was there. Stumbling was there. Gladanos was there. Boyle, Spirit of the West, was there, and Cindy Ben. And did I miss anybody? I don't know if I missed anybody. Let me know if I missed anybody. Let's celebrate all of them. Quadruple set 07 for the celebration. Celebrate the House of Swash. We want to celebrate anti-whiteism ends with you, because I got to tell you, this guy is absolutely rocking it on Twitter X, sharing my link, sharing the contacts. Give it up for the great anti-whiteism ends with you. Big celebration. This is how we impregnate our people with the seed of the new white race. These concepts, this is what we're doing. We are impregnating the white race so that we can recapture our destiny. Let's celebrate as well the epic work of the meme lords and ladies. Epic work. The memes are fantastic, and there were even some animated memes that this software, I cannot play them, but there were a bunch of animated memes as well, and they're doing just tremendous work. Make sure that these fantastic heroes know that you appreciate the memes that they're creating, and make sure that you use their memes. That's the main thing. You use their memes. Save them and use them in your conversation. Maybe you don't know exactly what to say. Maybe you're new to going free. You can use these people's memes and take the fight to our adversary. Let's also celebrate the Tree Godfather. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here. The Tree Godfather is in the house. Let's celebrate him. The Tree Godfather. He's been making YouTube shorts. I want you to follow the Tree Godfather on Twitter X. I want you to retweet his shorts of yours truly. What he's primarily doing, I understand, is when people say, wow, that part was really good, it'd be great to have it clipped, or just, wow, that was a really great part, or something that Jason said. This guy is going in there. He's cutting it. He's putting it out there. Big salutes to the Tree Godfather. I shared a bunch just yesterday. Make sure that you look to my Twitter to also find some of these magnificent works. God bless you, brother. We're going to keep rolling along. We're going to bring up on the screen some of these victories. We'll begin with the one and only Anglo-Saxon NWG. He's over here. We got a lot of people over on I Am Yes You Are No. Just begin the swashbuckling celebration. Just the quadruple sevens. Just the crepitant emojis. Make it cacophonous. And we're going to keep it rolling so we can get back to the gathering. Anglo-Saxon NWG on I Am Yes You Are No. How many people saw his comment from that guy's audience? 27,000 people. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. He writes, across Western civilization, anti-white oligarchs are waging a relentless campaign against us, seeking to undermine our identity, history, and achievements. These powerful oligarchs are driven by a desire to erase our legacy, systematically stripping away the recognition of our contributions and redistributing the credit to non-white people. They've cloaked this assault in a pervasive anti-white social morality that celebrates our diminishment, convincing many that our erasure is a virtue to be applauded. We must resist this tide with the unwavering determination. If we falter, the consequences will only deepen. The next generation, already being taught to despise us, will grow more hostile, and the one after that even more so. Each wave of anti-white indoctrination entrenching the oligarchs' agenda further. Our fight is not just for today, but to safeguard our future. Keep it going. I see the celebration. Make it loud, make it proud for this General Swashbuckler, a true hero. He continues again on I Am Yes, You Are No. Nearly 14,000 people on that account seeing this. Again, hundreds of likes, hundreds of retweets and comments. He writes here, if you're white and living in Western civilization, strong borders should be your top priority because everything you take for granted, safety, prosperity, culture, is fragile and can vanish faster than you'd believe. History shows white erasure isn't some slow fade. It's a swift unraveling, trailed by surging crime and decaying infrastructure, as we've seen in cities white erased by unchecked inflows of anti-white invaders. White women especially should wake up. Your freedom to move at night or even day hinges on secure borders, not feminist platitudes. The anti-white agenda thrives on porous boundaries, and when it hits, it's your people, not your gender, that'll shield you from the chaos. Epically written and so very true. And I just saw a video of one of our sisters in the United Kingdom talking about she went out at 1 p.m. in the day to go to get her nails done, and she was harassed by anti-whites on the streets. And we know how to remedy this. She's screaming, how does this happen? How can we allow this? Well, we know we have the answers for that question, and we have the cure right here. Heed Anglo-Saxon and WG. Again on I Am Yes, You Are No. The great Anglo-Saxon here. This guy alone up to 50,000 views of our lexicon and dialectics already. So when people show up and they say, you guys didn't do that, somebody else did that, just punch them metaphorically in the mouth. 13,000 views, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Anti-whites will not cease their campaign at merely erasing white history driven by jealousy and envy. They seek the complete obliteration of the white race and its legacy. The gains that they've achieved have only intensified their resolve to extract and victimize whites into cultural and biological erasure. Western civilization, forged by the biospirit of our ancestors, resides within us, a heritage non-whites do not embody. To honor those who built the West, we must carry forward their contributions and relentlessly confront anti-whiteism, naming it explicitly in every conversation. The West wasn't toppled by bullies. It was undermined by unchallenged anti-white concepts at the dinner table. Oh my God, that's epic for this general. Quadruple 07s, keep it going loud. Trophies, banners, howling emojis. Anglo-Saxon NWG over here tweeting with nearly 10,000 views, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Anti-white oligarchs have cunningly exploited a self-inflicted wound of anti-whiteism, weaponizing it as a tool for white erasure under the pretense of retributive justice. We permitted an unchallenged anti-white social morality to take root, vilifying our people across the West, which handed these oligarchs the perfect lever to manipulate and victimize us regardless of their fabricated revisionist history. Their true aim is not justice, but the systematic erasure of white identity and presence. Our ancestors weren't the monsters anti-whites paint them as. They were the architects of Western civilization, crafting a legacy for white people to inherit and advance. Don't be deceived by this anti-white agenda masquerading as righteousness. Brilliantly written by the swashbuckling commander, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let me turn around this way because we got a few more that I didn't get, and I'm not going to be able to put on the screen, but I want you to celebrate these people as well. Didn't have time to get everybody up. Let's see if these things will come up for me. Refreshing. We have Homeless Bear, 8,000 views. The Great Homeless Bear. Under I Am Yes, You Are No, 8,000 views, hundreds of likes, and retweets and comments. He writes, anti-whiteism tells us it is socially acceptable to always portray white people in a negative light. Genius level swashbuckling from the Great Homeless Bear. Here you have Clean of White Noir swashing over on Future, Moldovan citizen fan. He writes with nearly 8,000 views, dozens and dozens of likes, retweets, and comments. He says, if we don't defeat anti-whiteism, the only white folk left in every story will be the villains, whites. No wonder our children opt out of ideally the white nuclear family. Anti-whiteism is the greatest psychological abuse the world has ever seen. Big, come on, crepitant emojis for this swashbuckler. Hey, remember, every time we're crossing hundreds of thousands this week alone. Every time they tell you that our community didn't do it, every single time, just remember that we have the receipts. God, here we have somebody who isn't in the community, but he's ending up using the concepts. This Germanic friend, he calls himself, with over 40,000 followers, says the anti-whiteism on this site is exploding. Who does he say this in response to? Brilliantly. Talk about the influence that we have wielded, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Jewish guy that wrote the anti-Semitism on the site is exploding. And instead of attacking the Jewish guy for the way he was born, Germanic friend says in response, the anti-whiteism on the site is exploding. My friends, this is epic. This is epic level. It's going to boil up underneath of so many of these content creators that are just in it for themselves out there. And it'll be their audience who ends up using our concepts. God bless this hero. How many views did he get? He's working on 12,000 views. Thousands of that 12,000 of likes, retweets, and 50 comments. The great bio spirit of the West, team leader himself, ever at work. Quadruple 07s to this hero. And there are more. We never get to all of them every week. We're going to be getting to more of them. We got a new category over on Telegram. You want to make sure you get over there, become a member so that you can see the victories now going up, and we get closer to approximating the actual number of people we influence every week. The great biospirit of the West writing here, get out. And it's underneath of a Radio Genoa tweet, where the audience takes a breath. She complains that in Ireland, 99% of the teachers are Irish. It's a video of a anti-white, non-white woman complaining about all the white people in Ireland, and especially in education. And Radio Genoa not really sharing a great point here at all. Anybody want to tell her that's not valuable? The great biospirit of the West shows up with a meme that says, go be anti-white in a non-white country. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Over 8,000 people in Radio Genoa's audience saw this. Thousands of likes, retweets, and comments. We're going to swivel around back to here. You can see the power that this community, the House of Swash, wields. It is indeed the foundation for white well-being. Here you have the great Hans the Skipper coming in, slashing his way through the anti-whiteism under Conor McGregor, who wrote, the days of weak men creating horrid times for Ireland are over. Mark my words. By the way, he just said, he's not saying anything about the white race, but he just stood up for the Jews. Hans the Skipper comes in there. Says, defending against the white erasure of the Irish people and the resistance against the destruction of Western civilization across the planet Earth is the same struggle against anti-whiteism, the evil of our time. How many people in Conor McGregor's audience saw this? 22,000. Are you adding up all of the thousands of people that these swashbuckling literal heroes are reaching? And this is only a fraction of all the swashing we do in all of our circles of influence. Imagine the work of this community. Hundreds of likes to the great Hans the Skipper. Retweets, comments. Let's keep it rolling. Here you have Hans the Skipper over here on, is that Geiger Capital, who says, this is crazy. On this NBC poll, Hans the Skipper reaches 10,000 people in his audience this week and climbing. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments, writing this. Education in anti-white society is a lot of anti-white obedience training. Brilliantly done, brother. Anti-whiteism is the social morality of our time. That's how it gets into mathematics. Exactly. And for so long in the United States, for sure, and I'm sure it's happening in every Western country, they always said, at least the hard sciences will resist it. No, they haven't. Hans the Skipper, never satisfied. This time under I am yes, you are no, reaching 42,000 people in his audience. Hundreds of likes, comments, and retweets. The swashbuckler says this, white erasure everywhere, but somehow the evil villain stays white. Amazing, isn't it? Quadruple 07s, fire, gems for the ground in front of these people, roses for the ground, flowers on the ground in front of them, crowns for their heads. Hans the Skipper again under I am yes. How many of I am yes, you are no's audience did he reach this time? 84,000 people. Again, tell me again how we didn't do this. Tell me again how we're not the community doing this. You fucking jealous little POSs. Who did it? Hans the Skipper did it, bitch. Thousands of likes, retweets, and comments. He writes this. A pretty blonde who was infected with the, quote, strong and independent anti-white meme pathogen made the calamitous mistake to seek the safety in her sex instead of her people. Find your safety in your people and live a fulfilling life surrounded by children who love you. No other general is going to enter and say this and do this glorious work, but a swashing general. God bless Hans. Here he is again. Nearly 20,000 more people, this time under End Wokeness. Are you adding up the number of people that are seeing the work of the swashbucklers? This only a fraction of the overall pie of the work every single week by this community, the House of Swash. He writes, what the hell is wrong with society that this infantile evil is tolerated? And what's he talking about? In wokeness, breaking Hungary bans LGBTQ plus pride events in public since children might be present. 136 to 27 opponents set off smoke bombs. The great Hans swashes on. An attack on our Western norms is an attack on white people. What do you think is more valuable? What In Wokeness just wrote to the audience, or what Hans wrote? Every LGBT activist is anti-white. Anti-white should not be allowed access to white people, just like pedos are denied access, or should be, to children. Big Hans, the Skipper, swashing. What color is the steed upon which you ride, my brother? What color is the steed? Here we actually have, now we talk so much about being in I am yes, you are no's audience. Well, looky here, ladies and gentlemen. Proof of concept once again. I am yes, you are no, swashing under Elon Musk. 13,000 views of Elon's audience. Nearly 1,000 likes, retweets, and climbing. I am yes, you are no writes, there is a global anti-white narrative. Did you read that? Did you hear that? Did you read that right? There is a global anti-white narrative. No more even has to be read. But he says, but South Africa is by far the worst right now. It's a global effort to dehumanize and demoralize white people and eventually get rid of them. This is some swash that deserves some salutes from the House of Swash. For I am yes, you are no. Well done, brother. Well done. Let's keep it going. Ivan Zihagabul over here with almost 20,000 views under the aforementioned champ. I am yes, you are no. With hundreds of likes, retweets, comments, he writes, the Irish don't deserve white erasure, and neither does any other white ethnicity. All of the arguments anti-white used for it are just pretext. Brilliantly done, Ivan, swashbuckling commander. When whites become a minority, minority rights become a thing of the past. Brilliant swashing. Point at the deliberate white erasure of Ireland the next time anti-whites say there's no white race and it's all just disparate ethnicities. Genius level, ripping the front of the shirt open and a giant S for swashbuckler on his chest underneath. God bless. The Ivan the Hagabal. Oh, we got this coming up. Yes, we do. Oh, we got more coming up. Not just that. Yes, we do, ladies and gentlemen. More to come. Let's show you the great Matt Walsh chiming in here. Listen closely.
Please. We're seeing a similar effort unfold right now in the UK, where William Shakespeare is getting the Dr. Seuss treatment. For all their differences, Dr. Seuss and Shakespeare do have one thing in common, which is that they both pose a clear and intolerable threat to anti-white racial narratives that have become fashionable on the left.
Oh, anti-white racial narrative. He's this close to saying anti-white narrative, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get Matt Walsh over the finish line. Let's get him saying anti-white narrative until little Benny tells him he's not allowed to say it anymore, like what happened with the concept anti-whiteism. Let's give it up for Matt Walsh. Hear my voice, Matt Walsh. Do us some good. Call it the anti-white narrative. You are that close. Make it real for your audience. We love the work. And finally today in the celebrations, we have the final clip of the great Ethelred supplied to us by For White Wellbeing. Let's celebrate the both of them as we listen.
Hands attempting to bring about white erasure in a conspiratorial sense. Or do you think that this is all a product of processes, the economy, globalism, the cathedrals just like playing itself out, and there's nobody at the top?
You have extremely very powerful anti-whites in government. People that are the elite being anti-white, you know, that hate Western kind so much that they'd want to destroy it. But then we have our own people as well that also hate Western kind, that they want to erase their own culture and, you know, history and everything. So there is, I believe that there is anti-whites in high places of power that have been given high places of power. Absolutely. There's anti-white Jewish people in high places of power. There's anti-white Arabs in high places of power.
Yes.
There's anti-white whites in
Yes.
high places of power.
Yes. Brilliantly, folks. Celebrate the great Ethelred swashbuckling. He came in on a white horse, as you can see. Master, you can be this awesome at sharing the practice, in living the practice, imbibing the practice, empowering your audience. This is how we recapture our destiny. 10 seconds. We'll be right back. Wow, unbelievable, folks. Let's head on over. All of the options for financial gifting are open, and we're going to begin over here on the great Dude Bro Moment platform, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. And I mean it, that all options for financial gifting are on the table, all of them. Let's have a look at this. We have celebrating at the very top, the great the great one, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most powerful swashbucklers. You've been listening to his music regularly in service to white well-being. $20 financial gift by the great Slaughtz. You see it right there at the top. It's green. And he's got a second 20 as well for a total of $40 financial gifted to white well-being. Show the man some love. Trophies. Show the man some big love. Just making sure we're not having any issues. He writes here. It actually is the same thing. Come in twice. And if you obviously didn't mean to have the same sentences twice, my brother. Where is the first one? I will refund whichever one. Get me the first sentence. Put the first sentence over here in the tall Kevin widget over here on the chat. The continued is, it's continued from Cash App. So let's swivel over to the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen, that all options are open. Vulture Man, just for fun, breaking out the swashbuckling flag. God bless you, champion. Use that swashbuckling flag. Whoa. Really show the love for the great Slaughtz. Really, everybody on your feet. Everybody celebrating. Everybody was kung fu. Everybody was swash fu fighting. The great Slaughtz. $20 financial gift. Says Gary, June, Anonymous, Eva, Janice, he names with those $20. Another $5 from the great Slaughtz. He says, forgot Janice celebrating these swashbucklers getting in there. We want to see everybody. You get in there, you got some, you're doing it, you're rocking it. We're going to celebrate you. And the great Slaughtz is doing a very Slaughtzian thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's very kip. It's very kip of this swashbuckling general. Here he is celebrating them with financial gifts, bringing more limelight. And that's what we do here. $20. Gary, June, Anonymous, Eva, Janice. $5 more, he says, for Janice. Cindy Ben with another $5. Corey, Hyperborean Dream, he wants to name to celebrate them with $15 more of financial gift. Another $5 he throws in for Ivan and the Westman and Winged Productions. $5 more he throws in. My God. $10 more he gifts over here in the name of Spartan and anti-whiteism ends with you. $10 more over there. And then over here, it looks like 40. Maybe it's not 40. Maybe it's just 20, but it's at least 20, maybe $40 more. He says to add, he wants Streaky Bacon, as well as Roger, as well as SN, as well as Westman Positivity. In all of their names, the great Slaughtz is financially gifting. Let's get everybody crepitant emojis. Everybody drop some crowns on this guy's head. He is imbibing the true spirit of the West here. This is true kipping, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating our heroes, celebrating our champions. Slaughtz going over the top with the love for the community, and let's give him some serious love back. What a hero. God bless the great Slaughtz. I'm seeing some flags. I'm seeing crowns over there for the great Cindy Ben saying, good gracious, I know it. This is the team playing, that the House of Swash, this is where we make it real. This is where we recapture our destiny. We save lives. God bless this hero. Dude bro moment, ladies and gentlemen. He's orange on the screen. You can see him right there in the middle. Dude bro moment, 50 dB decibels coming from the great Dude bro moment. And he writes, for white well-being. Celebrate the dude, the bro, the moment. Unstoppable. He is there every single time we stream this champion. Swashbuckling hero as well. Show the love. We'll come back to the rest of these as we celebrate all that need to be celebrated, making sure there's nothing to celebrate elsewhere that we are missing. And let's see, as our items are refreshing. Don't see, let's turn around this way. Wow, wow. Keep the celebration going. Wow. Keep the celebration going, ladies and gentlemen. We have Karina. She financially gifted $1 right beside William. And he celebrates $20 over here. Let's get a celebration. Big salutes. Big salutes for the great William. Epic of you, brother. $20 financial gift over here. It's working. It's working. Oh, my God. Let's hear it for Corey. Corey swashbuckling in so many ways, and he's over here today. $100. All of this energy, all of this swashbuckling. We reached hundreds of thousands of people this past week. You all reached hundreds of thousands. You are doing it. You are the heroes. The House of Swash is known. You are the House of Swash, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate yourselves. We are the ones changing the world. God bless you all. Corey right here, $100. He writes with his $100, the time is now. These are men and women of purpose. These are men and women choosing to be the heroes in their lives. They're not just sitting around watching and celebrating daydreamers. They're changing the world. Give it up in a big way for the first and the last, who has arrived with $200. $200, ladies and gentlemen. From first last, get this man some piano notes. Get this man some piano emojis. Get this man a trumpet. Get him a horn. Get this musical maestro maven some celebratory music notes. God bless you, brother. Epically done. 200 white well-being dollars today. They wanted to shut us down. They wanted to ice us out. They wanted to prevent the message of white well-being. They wanted to impoverish us. And the community said, hell no. If you are a wealthy person watching this right now, now is your time to get involved. The Foundation for White Well-Being is responsible every single week for exposing hundreds of thousands of people to the tools, the lexical, dialectical tools that liberate us from all that ails society at its core, anti-whiteism. You need to become a part of this. These people, the ones who want to do this for a living, need to be able to get paid. You out there can make that happen. Let's get those backers lined up and let's make this happen. We need to be the white positive version of the ADL. We need to be the white positive version on a global scale, the white Congress for the mirror of every Jewish Congress out there. We need to be that entity that serves the well-being of white people, just like there are many thousands out there for every other group of people. It's time for the white race, those with dollars, those with real money, to stand up and stop watching working class whites make this happen. God bless every single one of these heroes. Big salutes all the way around. Let me turn back around to here, because we had some other financial gifts. Actually, you know what? Let's go right to the mailbag, because we have some mail in the thaumatological mailbag, and then we are going to keep rolling. It's totally glorious. We'll start with this one right here, ladies and gentlemen. This one right here. And if we look over my shoulders, take a look at this. This card came in. It's beautiful. It's got some bunnies on it with some little, I don't know how high I can hold it here. You can see it's beautiful. It's got bunnies on it. It's anonymous. It is 20 white well-being dollars. Let's celebrate a $20 testimonial. $20 testimonial to white well-being. God bless you. You know who you are. Anonymous. Thank you so very much. Let's move on. Who did this one come from in the mailbag? Gary. Gary has stood up in the snail mail. Gary has come out in the snail mail with this. Take a look at this beautiful card. It says power and purpose. You have both. Look at that. Beautiful. Receiving the cards. This is how we respond. Let me take a look inside. And what do we have here? Jason. It might not get said enough, but we are all so proud of you and thankful for your insight and your ability to present it to all of us week after week. Your show is great. Stay strong and take care. You did this, Jason. No white guilt, anti-white, anti-whiteism. You fight and brought it to the mainstream. It's out and it's never going to stop. Thank you, Jason. And a little smiley face. God bless Gary. It's all of us, brother. It is all of us. We did it. You did it. And Gary with this gorgeous, wonderful letter. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the appreciation, especially since I get so much hate like you wouldn't even believe. You never get to see it. I never tell you. 50 white well-being testimonial dollars right there. 50. Give it up for the great Gary, folks. Showing the way. $50. A snail mail. God bless you, brother. You are epic. Thank you for your swashbuckling. And as I say, deep, deep gratitude for the appreciation, because you have no idea how often I'm slandered by the scum. Guess what we have here? One more piece of mail in the mailbag. One more piece of mail. And who we got a little note in here, a little missive. A little missive. And what does it say? Jason, for white well-being. P.S. Thank you for your work. Who is this from? Hyperborean Dream. And he gifts 100 testimonial dollars. Give it up for the great Hyperborean Dream, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Hyperborean swashbuckling commander. Hyperborean Dream comes in here. $100 testimonial white well-being dollars. Big salutes to this guy. Quadruple 07s. What an epic day we are having in swashbuckling. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands this week. Can you believe it? Getting the testimonials week after week. And we're going to be celebrating more and more of the swashbucklers who have been chugging along. They haven't been getting the biggest numbers, but we're going to celebrate them because they're chugging along. They're fighting and they deserve the credit. God bless every single one of them. And God bless every single one of you for the swashbuckling and these financial gifts to the great work that we are doing here. Big salutes to every single one of you. Here, finally, we have on the screen, before we move into our Go Free lesson of the day, another celebration to Anonymous, a different Anonymous, $25 financial gift from a different Anonymous. Let this Anonymous know that you celebrate, you appreciate, you acknowledge, you kip for this hero. And let me tell you, this Anonymous, definitely a hero. 25 white well-being dollars. Thank you so very much. Big, big salutes. Let's see what else we also have here on the screen. We have Year Clean of White Noir. And we have Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay, financially gifting $5. Thank you, brother. Writes, going to play darts, but will catch the replay. Long live white people. Let's make sure that when he watches in this replay, he sees just how totally epic the community can be. Thank you so much. You're Clean of White Noir. Financial gift of $3. Thank you, brother. Says, oh, Consulate of Swash stands on the moral high ground. Yes, we do. Another $3 from Year Clean of White Noir. Thank you so much, brother. A total of 6 white well-being dollars. He says, the anti-white narrative stole Trump's election. These new policies aimed at anti-whites are evanescent from one man getting back at his victimizers who elsewhere aren't saying, kill the certain classes. Exactly. Exactly. Well written. And thank you so much for that. You're clean of white. No R. He says also in the Tall Kevin chat widget, you need to interact with that ignited passion. So very true and very well articulated. Let's go ahead and move around to here. What do we have on Odyssey? Looks like we have 5 library tokens from Who to Thunk It. Thank you so much, brother, for that. He writes, white negatives say they want a race war, as if there weren't already an anti-white war. What they desire is white people defending themselves. That's very smart. That's a very smart observation of what they really desire. You're absolutely right. But their war narrative frames it as an offense. Exactly. And the method for our defense is our story, go free. Perfectly articulated with 5 library tokens over there. Who to thunk it? Very well written. God bless you, brother. Good to see you over there. We also have over here on Premium Rumble, the great Slaughtz with $1 financial gift on top of all of the other financial gifts. This guy is gifting across the board, and he's even over here obeying the rules of really $1 because they take so much. He says, I think Entropy double charged me. If they did, can you look into it later? I absolutely will refund that. You are financially gifting, and I will refund it as soon as we're done, brother. They absolutely did. It's on the screen twice. God bless you. We will send that second charge back your way. All right. Looking for tags now. Looking for tags. Looking for tags in all the wrong places. All right. Does anybody remember that song? Let's see. We got 26 hearts. I made it 27. We got 24 reposts. We got 1 comment over there on the live stream on X. And it's Double V is over there underneath of it. Give him a heart right there. The only comment underneath of the live stream, the gathering. That's what we have. We don't have shows. We don't have streams. We have gatherings. This is where the heart of the white race began to beat. Good to see you, and thank you for jumping in there. Thank you to everybody. Let's keep on moving so we can get to our final elements to cover. Let me take a look at the comments on Twitter X, and we've got some more comments. Hank Tech is here. Great news. I saw an anti-white meme using the word anti-white in it. Really? So an anti-white created a meme and used the word anti-white? I went to dinner with an old timer, and I'll talk about that with these announcements here as I look at what you all are saying and we get ready to cover our Go Free lesson of the day. And I went to dinner with this old timer. We had a dinner meeting talking about white well-being, talking about he's educating me still for things from the past. He actually brought me, every time he brings me a bundle of material that can further empower me in service to white well-being. What went wrong? What went right? Who's who? But, I was going to say so many of these old timers, I told them, I just love this. It's like music in my ears. So many of them, I said, I can get them to use. We can do this together. We can get them to use our words. And most of them old timers said, nope, can't do it. You're going to own a media empire, Jason? You're going to own an empire? Where are you going to get the money for your empire? So no, I'm going to do it with a white man's intelligence. And then here we are. Here we are. You all did this. We did this. The House of Swash did this. But he came and one of the items that he brought for me this time, I want to share. You're never going to believe this. He brings all kinds of items. He brought me Race Trader. Noel Ignatiev's book. The guy that either coined and or propagated the anti-white slur, the anti-white concept, whiteness, which we never say, because the guy who wrote this was the one who coined and propagated, or was the one who propagated and popularized it. So would you want to use anything from this guy, the guy who wrote this, that says that treason to the white race is loyalty to humanity? So yeah, we went through, and it brings me flyers from the past I can look over. We can learn, we break it down. We've got the whole table spread out with all of this stuff he brings, brilliant stuff. How many, think of the so-called leaders, pro-white leaders, think of them for a moment. How many of them submitted themselves for decades, but how many of them continue to submit themselves to accumulated wisdom? How many of them sit down and say, okay, teach me, with others who are bright and they've been around forever? They deserve that respect. How many actually do that? I can tell you that the vast majority are the most egocentric sumbitches you've ever met. They don't get any advice, any wisdom, nothing from anybody. They've got all the answers. Well, my friends, that's a prescription for failure. First of all, they don't have all the answers. They've accumulated a bunch of what they know from others already. They just don't want you to know that. They want you to think it's all innate. It's all inside of them. When in reality, we're covering here how so much of what they do and say and etc. was already done. It's been done and redone and redone and redone. But how many go there and meet with the old codgers and give them due respect and spread material across? This is only one. I mean, there's a ton of stuff he gave me every time we get together. Sit down, spread it all out, go over all of it, sit there quietly being educated. So, is that evidence that I actually want to recapture our destiny? Yes. Anyhow, you would hope that that would be all of the so-called pro-white leaders. But it's not. And then you have these people that will come along who they love the daydreaming, and they say, oh no, you want your leader to be this arrogant, egotistical, just concerned with their self and their aggrandizement, because that's what a leader is. You have come to that conclusion because you are poisoned by anti-whiteism. That is not what a leader does. In business, in professional sports, where does it, in military, where does that ever happen? Never. Never. Everybody hates the leader who sits in the back and takes all the credit and does no work. For the love of God. All right. So that's cool. Actually, you know what? Let's get a salute for this old timer. Let's get some. This guy takes his time. He collects things that will educate me over the course of about a month and a half or so. He compiles it all, gets his lesson together, and he's just one of the old timers that I get education from. Gets it all together. So let's give some big salutes. He has been in the white sympathetic sphere for 50 plus years at least. So can we show some love and respect? Thank you all. All right. Let me see what you all are saying over. Anti-whiteism ends with you says, I think Elon has deleted my live chats. I only see 3 of 7 or 8, really, on Twitter X. Give it a go again and see. I know I've had you all write, and it's write me and tag me. I've seen the tags that scrolled off. Please put it back up on the screen. I'm looking at the screen now, and I will get to what you were asking or saying. Nameless one is with us. Bass is with us. Great to see you. Thank you all. Big celebration for everybody who celebrated. June is here. Man, the House of Swash. The House of Swash. We are going to come out of, we are absolutely a force of nature on the scene. And for the world, it's going to be like, where did they come? Because so many of these content creators, they don't say a thing. They don't want to talk about people that are fixing things. They're going to be like, where did this come from? Where did it come from? All right, looking for tags now. What other announcements do we have here? 2 YouTube channels that I added to our list of channels to share are the great Slaughtz, talking about Slaughtz today. You can find him on YouTube at symbol SLAUGHTZ. Look up his YouTube channel. When we're done here, you can roll back and hear me spell it so you get it right. Follow him. Immediately click subscribe. The other that I wanted to mention today during the announcements is the Tree Godfather. Follow him at symbol the Tree Godfather. Follow him on YouTube as well. Follow these guys on Twitter as well, but I mean, follow them on YouTube. I want you on YouTube and share the great work that they are doing. Tree Godfather is making videos right now. He's making videos. Slaughtz has made a bunch of videos you probably never even knew about. The videos you've probably seen, and now you'll find out that was Slaughtz. My God, the guy is epic. Also want to tell everybody to subscribe to nowhiteguilt.quora.com. Cindy Ben and several other great authors are over there. Cindy Ben, the great woman of the West, is in charge over there. And ever since she has taken charge, it is like the desert is blooming. Things are beautiful. It's rolling. It's got great content. Follow nowhiteguilt.quora.com and you'll find some great content. Maybe you too could become an author over there at some point. We want you to participate. Big thank you to Cindy Ben, champion. Want to tell folks that Yiz the Unifier has a picnic coming up, and it is in April. But the exact day, I am not sure of yet. In fact, I might know, though. Let's see. So if you would like to attend her picnic, and I believe everything is still a green light, I think it's going to be on the 12th of April. Yiz the Unifier. Of course, I can't mention Yiz without mentioning that Mondays are for the dragons. And of course, that begins with Discordant Dragons at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Totally epic show. I'm in the audience with all of you, having a great time. We're talking, we're gabbing. After that, at around 8:15 Eastern Standard Time, is the great Fornol, Dragon Synth Adventures. I'll be there in the audience as well. We're chatting. We're having a good time. It's community. It is the House of Swash. And in the House of Swash, Mondays are for the dragons. Make Monday cool again. I wanted to also mention that it looks like Independent South has a Substack. And he just told me about this past wink. And it is called HOYT, Hoyt McCoy, MCCOY.substack.com. You can check it out and watch as this guy becomes more and more of a hero for white well-being, one careful step at a time. Very cool. I wanted to let you know I am reading Spencer J. Quinn's The No College Club, which I have right here. I told you all about some time back. I'm reading The No College Club, and once we're done reading it, we will have what I would like to see, and have the great Brent Danger join Spencer Quinn. We'll have an interview. Could be totally awesome. You don't want to miss that. The No College Club. And a very interesting book so far. It's very reminiscent for me of my nonfiction Crucible about kids in school, white kids, and what they're going through. Final thing I want to say as an announcement before we get to the Go Free lesson of the day and your comments is that it looks like in last Sunday's gathering, the wonderful Spud Ruckus shared that her father had passed away. And I did not see it during the gathering. And that's a tough thing. And my heart goes out. And let's get some positive energy and some prayers for Spud Ruckus and her family. A very difficult time. Let's show her some Promethean love. Let's get that positive energy going that way. So very sorry to hear that, Spud. And just remember, we're talking about Shakespeare actually earlier. To weep is to make less the depth of grief. The great William Shakespeare. And prayers and energy to Spud and her family. We're very sorry. All right, let's mosey on to the final item of today, which is our Go Free lesson of the day. And it's a good thing that it's the final item because my voice is like, we're about done. We're about done, Jason. You were yelling too much in the beginning. I can't help it. I get excited. I get angry, I get excited, I get happy. White men are being victimized and psychologically abused, writes daughter of Eve. Absolutely, and thank you for saying that. We are not an abstraction, we are a people. Very well written. These are comments over on Twitter X. I don't know if Mama Duck got back to me or not. Anti-whiteism ends with you saying, feasible to sue Netflix? No. No, we don't win in the courts. And why? Why, class? Because of the social morality. Yeah, it would just be a giant waste of money. And we're going to use every cent that we have here as ingeniously as we can. Anti-whiteism ends with you saying, here, as well as there, I think Twitter is deleting my comments. Not impossible. So we'll try to keep an eye out. Anonymous is with us on the screen. For White Wellbeing is in the house. The Westman is here. Is Reptile on Elon's site? An @ is not coming back to me. If anybody else knows, they could chime in. Thank you all so much for celebrating the heroes here. We're going to be talking about a couple of really important concepts that I have seen. There have been some instances that people could use it, and they haven't gotten around to using it. So I wanted to mention numerical courage numerical diffidence. And we'll speak to those in just a moment. Let me scroll through here to see if we have any other tags. Biospirit of the West celebrating goodness. Justin McDaniels in the house. What a day for white well-being. Look at all we've achieved. Can you imagine that? Nowhere else, no other. There's a show that comes on. Remember, we have a gathering, others have shows. There's a show that comes on like same time on one of my days, and they don't do any activism. But they have, and then there's a show, another actually on the same day, that has like 15 times. They don't do any activism. It's amazing. It's amazing. No education for how to improve your life, like we're going to do right now. Education to improve your life. We're going to be talking about first here. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about numerical diffidence first, because that's usually the direction it goes, right? Right? What happened? It's a extremely useful tool because there are numerous arguments that anti-whites can make about, well, this isn't happening here, or that isn't happening, or that happened here, it doesn't happen over here. Kinds of arguments. They're literally a cornucopia that they can make that are defeated with the concepts numerical diffidence and numerical courage. Literally a cornucopia. So, familiarize yourself with these concepts, and then when anti-whites use, or even vagues, use any of those arguments from that cornucopia of Turkestan or whatever it is, you'll immediately remember. What is numerical diffidence? It's the state in which a people within the body of another people or peoples is reluctant to project their biospirit onto their environment for fear of upsetting or even angering the other people or peoples. Prior to achieving numerical courage, non-whites in Western countries are in a state of numerical diffidence. While in this state, non-whites superficially conform. They conform. They assimilate to the biospiritual expression of Western kind. Now, I know I pretty often will talk about things like, well, me going to China, and I give that example. But you've got to remember that when you're having these conversations, they want to say, what is a great example of what an anti-white could say to you, that numerical diffidence? Well, they'll say, I know a black guy that was adopted by a white family, totally indistinguishable from white people, except for his skin color. Numerical diffidence. Shut up. Get out of here. Numerical diffidence. Same thing with, well, we have this in Canada, for example. That was an actual conversation that took place among some British folks that I saw online. In Canada, you have like a small Sikh, so Indians, one of the strands of Indians that have come into the West. So you got these Sikhs from Punjab, and they show up and they're like, well, it's a tiny community, and they, you know what? They're just like us. I've seen white Canadians saying this. They're just like us. In fact, they're probably better. Numerical diffidence. Shut up. Get out of here. I developed these with the intent of giving them to you so that you wouldn't need to memorize all of history and all of these other requirements that other content creators will put upon you. And it's very reminiscent when they say, oh, well, you need to know this, you need to historically revise that, and this person, and you need to know all this data and crime data. And it's a lot like when these like spiritualists will tell you that you have to do X, Y, and Z to achieve this magical outcome. And then any of the X, Y, and Z is very easily claimed to have been done incorrectly. And therefore, that's why the magic didn't work for you. Same thing with this notion that you can materialize wealth and success in your life by thinking about it. If you smell it, if you sit down and you're like this, like in the lotus position, you're like, Kulamba, Kulamba. I'm picking my feet up off the floor and I'm putting the bottoms of my feet together right now. Kulamba. Is that what they say? Kulamba? Maybe. Kulamba. What are you doing under there? Well, I know what you do, what your job is, but back up. I don't need that right now. Thank you. Kulamba. You're wondering who I talked to just then. He's worse than the Tate brothers. Did you know he's got somebody under his desk? What a foul son of a bitch. So they'll tell you, if you just memorize and if you just think, you picture it clearly enough in all the colors, and it just happens for you. And then when it doesn't work, invariably, it's because you screwed all of that complicated mess up somehow. It's the exact same thing that these other content creators out there who are ostensibly presenting themselves to you as a path to the reclamation of our destiny and the ending of our victimization. They give you this daydream of perfection, and then you've got to know all the data, and you can't possibly, so that's why it's not happening. But then you ignorantly think, and it's not your fault, that if you just direct people to the people who know all, then everything will be fine. But somehow it's still not. You need to be the powerhouse, just like so many of them here, so many of the swashbucklers here. And if you try the Columba thing, you let me know if it works, all right? All right. So that was numerical diffidence. Diffidence, fear, intimidated. Okay? Now we're going to talk about numerical courage, because the other side to this is being able to explain or dismiss anti-whites and explain to vagues that everything changes once they have numerical courage in our environment. Numerical courage is the state in which a people within the body of another people or peoples confidently projects their biosphere, their instinct, onto their environment without concern for the other people or peoples. The point at which non-whites within Western countries manifest and project their biospiritual expressions, which are at variance with white expression, onto Western civilization. This process initiates a cultural arms race, which always ends in oppressive governmental tyranny, and in my opinion, of course, from my reading of history, violent balkanization. So they say, well, they're not doing anything yet, right? The Sikhs have not transformed, the Punjabs have not transformed your town yet. Yet is the operative word. They don't have numerical courage. Now, just so you know, so you can work with this, numerical diffidence and numerical courage are not just a function of number. That's just the easiest way to say it. It's also a function of what state is the host people in. Well, the white race is in a bad way. We don't have a people. We're individualists, selfish individualists. So it's going to take fewer on the other end of this algebraic expression to begin to project themselves. Something on that side that can strengthen them is a religion, so that it takes a fewer number of them plus their religion to get them to become numerically courageous. Does this make sense? Similarly, other groups within the West, they might not have a religion that empowers, emboldens them. They might have an instinct that makes them a little bit timid. And so as a consequence, their number has to be much larger. It doesn't mean much larger before they project their instincts onto the world. It doesn't mean that, oh, they comport with us. Oh, look at how many of this group over here, X, whatever it is. Well, they've got a pretty large percentage of them, and we're just getting along just fine. No. Even though there's a larger number, by their instinct, by their religion or lack thereof, they're still numerically diffident. But at some point, if their numbers continue to grow relative to ours, they will still get to a point of numerical courage. And then they will transform our environment. Does that make sense? Now, is everybody getting this? It's very important to understand this. To understand how societies shift, how societies play upon each other, what culture is, when it's expressed, when it's imitated, when it's white erased, and why it's white erased, why some groups take a much larger number before they begin projecting, and other groups a smaller number before they reach that numerical courage and begin projecting. Let's continue. If you have any questions, though, ask me. Social lynching. Now, this is extremely important because this is what is done when you are heretical to anti-whiteism. And I like to say heretical to it because it functions as a religion. Social lynching is economic, social, and psychological attacks zealously inflicted by anti-whites on those who intentionally or unintentionally express opinions or engage in acts at variance with anti-whiteism. Page 201 in the latest edition. Social lynching often results in alienation from family and friends, as well as a loss of employment, and therefore all of the concomitant losses. Standard of living, healthcare, insurance, home, automobile, etc. We are socially lynched. These are important words. It's an important concept to use. When we object, what was that professor talking about earlier? His colleagues are worried about being seen as immoral by standing with him, being socially lynched to one degree or another. Condemned privately, condemned publicly. Maybe it goes even further to threaten their job. That is all social lynching. This is how anti-whiteism dominates and strikes fear into those who object. It's social lynching. It's not genocide at some point. It's not they're going to round us up and take a look and here's a camp where they might put us. Oh, that's a waste of your time. I've had all the arguments with people about that. It is the social lynching. That's the weapon that they use against us. And you can see how multifaceted it is. Now we have the question of, are the Ashkenazim white? Ashkenazim is plural for the Ashkenazi Jews. Are they white? Well, of course they're not white. But the anti-white left thinks they are. And in fact, it behooves them to think that way. Because to condemn a Jew in this anti-white narrative, where a percentage of Jewish people act as though they have a people achieving individual well-being by way of group well-being, will attack for slanders on their people. So you have a white race and non-whites on the anti-white left that is becoming increasingly brown. Every day that goes by in Western countries, especially America, the anti-white left is increasingly brown. Notice that I'm not saying just non-white. The point here is that these anti-whites, whether they are white or non-white, are conflating increasingly Ashkenazim with white people, because the Ashkenazim look very much like us. They're in positions of power. They wield power. They're able to make things happen for themselves and their people. And they look very similar to us, and less by the day similar to the brown and black and etc. anti-white left. So when they want to criticize the anti-white left, what are they going to call the Ashkenazim? They're not going to complain about them being Jews. Now, I understand that there are anti-white Arabs that are standing in allegiance with Palestinians, and they want to make the conversation about Israelis. But what do we see from even those people, but more broadly in the anti-white left? What do we see the accusation and the slander being? Not that they're Jewish, but that they're white. Case in point, Benny Shapiro confronted by Code Pink activist, total radical anti-white organization.
Ben Shapiro, how does it feel for you to poison the American public and what you've been perpetuating? Sorry.
What he's been perpetuating, what Ben Shapiro is perpetuating is hate. Who's responsible for hate in the anti-white narrative? White people. Racism, white supremacy. So she's not going there as an anti-white. Is she white? She's probably white, leftist, representing Code Pink, radical anti-white organization. She's not going there and saying, you Jew. She's going there and calling Ben Shapiro a white supremacist who is guilty of racism and hate. This anti-whiteism that so many now in the white sympathetic sphere who aren't white sympathetic at all anymore, they got to be categorized out of it. At least their content creators do. Embracing this ire for Jews are actually embracing anti-whiteism. That's what they are allying with. This is what's said by the anti-white left. The white supremacy is responsible for what's happening to the Palestinians, for what's happening to the folks protesting at Columbia and elsewhere.
Supremacy and the genocide that is being carried out on the Palestinian people.
There you have it. White supremacy is responsible for the genocide being carried. And these are all of these anti-Jew spurgs out there who are aligning themselves and celebrating and totally multiracial endeavor. That's what they're aligning with.
How does it feel to stand for Hamas? Does that feel good to you? Do you feel good standing in solidarity with a terrorist group that has murdered 1,200
I feel very good standing in solidarity with Palestinian people who have been murdered by Israel, by U.S. paid tax dollars and bonds, and you have continued to spew hate.
Hamas should not start a war on behalf of its citizens and then shoot its own citizens, and you stand for it. Makes you a disgrace
The people
to
of
human dignity and
Palestine
human
have been
rights.
occupied for 75 years,
You're the
and the
disgrace.
blood is on the hands of every person in this Congress and every person who watches your propaganda of hate.
Your propaganda, Benny Shapiro, supporter of Israel, supporter of what Israel is doing to Palestine, his propaganda of hate, white supremacy, and racism. Who's catching the blame? The only group you can demonize in the West, the white race. We have been right all along. And you can see when you use the lens of the Go Free dialogic, how it comes through crystal clear what exactly is going to happen, what exactly is happening, and what exactly happened. Retrodict, predict, and understand the present. They're not going after the Jews, you absolute vegetable jackasses, content creators out there. who love to spurg out on Jews. They're not going after the Jews. They're going after the white race. And I guess it makes perfect sense to a multiracial, anti-Jew spurging endeavor to go after the white race. No harm, no foul. As long as those content creators continue to rake the money in and enjoy the 4 Ps, power, pay, prestige, and depending on your genital of choice. That's where we are. That's what they support. Imagine how many white guys and some females showing up in those circles and thinking that by being anti-Jew, you're being pro-white. What idiots.
White supremacy and racism. You have been poisoning the American public for them to also be complicit in what is going on in Palestine.
And for good measure, as we count down the minutes here in our Sunday gathering, take a look at this. More of Easter being canceled. So, while the so-called Christian nationalists and the Catholic nationalists or Christian nationalists who want Catholics to run America or whatever, while they're busy spurging out on Jews and siding with anti-whites who are condemning not Jews, but white supremacy and therefore white people, while they're busy doing that, Easter's getting canceled and more. This has been going on for years. And it just continues to spread. Why is it? Not because it's Christianity. They never go to Central and South America and where non-white people or predominantly non-white people are practicing Christianity. They never go to the islands where non-white people are practicing Christianity and smash it out of existence. No, they only go to Christianity where it is practiced by white people. When do you see them going to the inner city where there's any element of Christianity left and making sure that they smash it to smithereens? Nowhere. It's not Christian. I know a lot of Christians out there want to believe that Christianity is the thing that's under attack because they have this myopic view of what's really happening. But once you get educated here, you realize, no, Christianity is under attack because it's considered the religion of the white race. Even if it wasn't considered the religion of the white race, anything that offers a bolster to those things that make us healthy, like white community, family, a mother and father operating relative to each other in a way that we consider our norm, producing children, a nuclear family. Whatever those bolsters are, the anti-whites attack. And that is why Christianity is attacked. Some primary schools, so this is elementary school in the UK, and correct me if I'm wrong, across the United Kingdom have canceled Easter. Norwood Primary School is one of the institutions that plans to replace Easter celebration with, quote, Refugee Week to promote diversity. Why would you repeat that? If the British Patriot, put all that in quotes to promote diversity. We know that diversity means white erasure. He follows us up with what a disgrace this country is. No, honestly, British Patriot, the disgrace is you and the stupidity that you represent here. But you can be better. You can go free of this disgrace. You can go free of this garbage. You can wield the tools that win for white well-being and begin transforming yourself and your circles of influence rather than just show up with this, hey, I got another element of doom to share, to document. Look at more doom that I can document. I've been hearing about Easter getting deleted, getting censored for many years. What has it done? Thor is with us. Says Indians are about 1.5% of the U.S. population versus 70% white, but they own 60% of the U.S. hotels because they get loans available that are not available to whites. My landlord is Indian too, and I'm sure she got the, oh yeah, brother. We've done shows where we've gone through all of the assistance that the federal government of the United States, and we know what happens in other Western countries, that give to these newcomers and that advantage them over us. It's beyond reckoning. You wouldn't even believe how many little nooks and crannies of conducting business, living your life and everything, that all of this benefit reaches them, that impinges negatively, obviously, on us by way of our taxation. The great June, financially gifting $10 over here on Subscribe Star, says, over the past several weeks, with the magic of the lexicon, I have been able to discuss anti-whiteism and white erasure with a friend who seems to be listening and not challenging my white positive message. As always, I appreciate you and the No White Guilt community. Let's get on our feet. Raucous emojis, 07s for June. Totally epic swashbuckling. This is a personal knows June personally. And June, even though this woman knows her personally, knows her name, knows where she lives or whatever it is able to talk about white well-being because of the tools of Go Free. And the woman is not pushing back. She's not thinking June is the devil. June's not imitating the villain in the anti-white narrative. God bless you, June. That's a real victory in service to white well-being. And the testimonial is glorious. Thank you so much for sharing that. All right. Looks like I didn't miss anybody else over here. God, isn't that awesome? That's how it's supposed to work, with all the people around us. What is this? When is latest Go Free plan? Still working on that, and I'll keep you abreast. Can you put the censored tool from your book onto your site? Which one? He says here, it's like the magic force field. Karate guy says, anti-whiteism ends with you. Thank you. That's awesome. We are coming up to the hard end of our gathering today. So we're going to have to roll out of here in a moment, wrapping it up for another glorious Sunday of victories that are out of this world. If you have any comments to me, it's time to make them. Tag me as No White Guilt as we take a last look at our financial gifts to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Got another Slaughtz, $1. Wouldn't it be funny if Premium Rumble double charged him? But no, it's $1 from the great Slaughtz. Thank you so much, brother. He says, race is skin deep to those who have no emotional intelligence. Very well said. Very well said. And you know what just struck me reading that? Race is skin deep to those who think they have no skin in the game. But well said, Slaughtz, over here on Premium Rumble. We have a tag from Aliens Exist. And thank you, brother, for the financial gift. He says, just wanted to say thanks for another gathering and the ingenuity for coming up with a lexicon that helps us recapture our destiny. I hope to financially gift soon. Well, brother, you're doing an epic job already. God bless you for that. Thank you so much for that testimonial and that appreciation. It means a great bit to me since I am so constantly insulted. Okay, looks like we didn't miss anybody over here. Very good. How about here on the live chat? Independent Sound says, great points on Israel and Ben Shapiro. All the non-whites see in the story is white colonizers. Exactly. Exactly. Can you imagine? Think about this. Being one of these followers of, say, like Fuentes, and you are aligning with and loving that the anti-white left is attacking the Jews, but what they're really attacking is the white supremacists, the white people. Could you imagine being that dumb? He doesn't care. He's got attention. That's what he wants. He's got money. That's what he wants. We care because we care about our people. And you're welcome, brother. All right. I think that's it there. One more look. I will be back Wednesday, unless something weird necessitates a return. But I will otherwise be back Wednesday. SN says Alex Jones InfoWars crew got swatted and pizza delivered multiple times during the week. Yeah, there is over the past couple of weeks, I think several dozen conservative content creators are being, and have been, I guess should say, swatted. And if you probably know what that is, but that is when a fake call, 911 call is made, and they say that there is a hostage scenario or anything like that that will bring the police SWAT to the house, MP5s or whatever they're carrying, ready to roll and up and ready to fire and kill you. And they show up at the house. Very easy way to get somebody killed, and that's of course what they want. But certainly terrorizing you. You're in the middle of a sleep, and the police are suddenly battering the door down and yelling police, busting into the house, scare the life right out of you. That's why they're doing it. And this is anti-whites doing what they do. They're evil people. Who else would take up an ideology like anti-whiteism? Obviously somebody who's evil. Now you throttle that statement up, you throttle it down for whoever you're talking to, whoever you have to win over or at least neutralize. Remember, neutralizing someone is just as important, maybe even more important than winning somebody over. If you can get anti-whites, if you can get vagues that lean anti-white to doubt that they are on a moral high ground and that victimizing white people is the absolute right thing to do, if you can get them to question that, you've won. You have taken that player and everybody they talk to and they communicate that with out of the equation as supportive of our victimizers. It's an enormous victory. Others would want to point to, like, Sun Tzu would agree with Jason, but really Clausewitz would want to agree with me, would want to agree with us. That's how we're moving forward. We're going to keep having victories. Who's under your desk? Says first, maybe for another gathering. We'll talk about that. But what a victorious week it's been. Let's make sure that this coming week is as epic as this one has been. And remember, I will see you on Dragons Monday and then be back on Wednesday. Let's take it to the next level. 2025 is ours. We got White Man, Westman Summer coming up. It's going to be loud and amazing and beautiful. Let's make it a summer to remember. Let's go free.